of the public hearing. So everyone who so wishes will have the opportunity to be heard, but will be done in an orderly fashion as directed by the chair. We ask that individuals who have submitted a letter only address council on a new non-repetitious information not contained in letters previously submitted, as your letters have already been shared with council. Each presenter, when called upon, will take their place at the presenter's table and state and spell their full name for the record. Indicate as to whether you are speaking on your own behalf or for another person or for a group. And those speaking on behalf of themselves or another person will have 5 minutes to speak. And we ask that you do not repeat points that have already been made. Those speaking on behalf of a group will have 10 minutes to speak. You'll be prompted by the mayor when you have 1 minute remaining of your speaking time. As per procedural bylaw 2020-01, all feedback that has been shared through administration with respect to this application has been compiled and shared with council and the applicant. As per the council procedure bylaw 2020-01, everyone in attendance during the public hearing must abide by the public hearing rules and only speak if registered, maintain order and remain quiet and seated, not carry on private conversation, not applaud or otherwise interrupt the speech or action of council, nor any person addressing council. The mayor may expel a person from the meeting for improper conduct. So the purpose of the public hearing is to provide an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council on proposed planning and development matters. Public hearings are formal hearings that must follow rules set out by provincial and local legislation and allow the public to present their views to council on the items contained within that public hearing agenda. The purpose is not for council to discuss and debate the bylaw, but to listen to the public's views. After the close of the public hearing, council may debate the proposed bylaw or resolution in a regular or special council meeting and may pass the bylaw or resolution or make any amendment to the bylaw or resolution it considers necessary and proceed to pass it without further advertising or hearing or defeat the bylaw or resolution. Okay, so if everybody understands the procedures, then I will call to order. With that, I hereby call to order this public hearing at 7:08 p.m. Okay, purpose of the meeting 3.1. This is a public hearing to consider bylaw number 2023-11, being an amending bylaw to amend bylaw 2015-07, Vista Crossing Area Structure Plan affecting the lands described as Southwest 35-28-01-W5M. This request was first considered at the council meeting on October 17th, 2023. First reading was given and the public hearing was set for December 5th, 2023. The public hearing notice was posted on the Town of Crossfield website, town social media sites, and Rocky View Weekly newspaper. The responses received during the public hearing notification were included in the agenda package for council's consideration. Order of business. The order of business will be as follows as per the Town of Crossfield's council procedure by the bylaw. 1, administration. Meryl Jarvis will introduce and provide an overview of the proposed actions with regard to their development proposal. So if I can call upon Meryl to give us her presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Harris. Good evening, Council. To provide a bit of background on the Vista Crossing Area Structure Plan Amendment, we'll go back to 2015 when a Vista Crossing Area Structure Plan bylaw 2015-07 was adopted by Council unanimously on June 16, 2015. Bylaw 2018-17 being an amendment to the Vista Crossing Area Structure Plan to designate a portion of the land from urban reserve to municipal and institutional district to allow for a school site within the southwest corner of the parcel was adopted by council unanimously on October 2nd, 2018. Bylaw number 2023-11 being an amending bylaw to amend bylaw 2015-07, Vista Crossing Area Structure Plan affecting the lands described as Southwest 352801 west of the 5th meridian, was given first reading on October 17th, 2023. To date, 4 phases, including phases 1 through 4, have been developed within this quarter section, as noted below in Figure 1, Vista Crossing phasing. Phases 5 through 10 are currently designated as urban reserve. The purpose of the urban reserve district is to protect land for urban uses from premature subdivision and development, which may prejudice or compromise future urban development. A limited range of rural and recreational uses, which utilize large areas of land, may be approved in the urban reserve district as interim uses pending full urban development. Land use redesignation of lands within the urban reserve district shall generally require the prior approval of an area structure plan, a conceptual scheme, an outline plan of subdivision, or some other municipal planning policy. The existing conditions of the land: to the west, there is farmland. To the north is urban reserve. To the east, established residential. To the south, established residential and urban reserve. Access to the site is currently via Highway 2A only. Highway 574. That was wrong. Additional future access points will include Range Road 12, Mossop Avenue, and Knight Avenue. The planning administration analysis. The current area structure plan indicates that the TACA and ATCO pipelines within the subject lands will be relocated. However, as part of this application, the applicant expressed that it is no longer financially feasible to relocate both pipelines. The ASP amendment proposed to relocate the TACA pipeline while leaving the ATCO pipeline in situ. The amended ASP outlines that this pipeline, TACA pipeline, will be relocated to the western and northwestern boundary of the ASP as identified in Figure 5 design framework. TACA has been engaged and has confirmed the plan to relocate is acceptable. TACA has provided an estimate for the relocation to the developer. Beyond the relocation of the TACA pipeline, the amendments proposed show a revised plan, road network, pathway system, stormwater pond arrangement, and a proposed smaller school site. Additionally, the proposed amendments have resulted in the below changes to density, population, projections, and land use arrangements. As you will see in the table, the differences provided for the low density residential. The proposal provides for 48 more units. The medium density residential provides for 1 more unit. So the total residential difference would create 49 more units. The land use, when we look at the municipal reserve, there is a 2.19 hectare increase. The public utility lots, we see a decrease of 0.59 hectares, and the roads, we see a 1.16 hectare increase. Within the policy alignment, we look at the intermunicipal development plan. The Rocky View Crossfield intermunicipal development plan was reviewed as the subject lands are partially within the intermunicipal development plan area, and the interface is identified in map 2, interface identification within the IDP. The IDP outlines that if an application is made within the plan area, the application will be referred to the intermunicipal collaborative planning team for review. Policy 7.4.2 articulates the referral process. Both municipalities shall refer any land use applications, projects, or studies to the intermunicipal collaborative planning team should the proposal fall within the IDP plan area. When looking at the municipal development plan, the proposed amendments to the Vista Crossing ASP generally align with the policies found within the Town of Crossfield Municipal Development Plan. In the below table, the applicant has demonstrated alignment with policy 7.5.3, indicating that the maximum density proposed aligns with the maximum density articulated in the MDP. Policy 7.5.5 has been included to highlight that although the ASP does not establish land use districts, it will be an important consideration that in future development stages, the applicant aligns with policy 7.5.5. MDP policy 7.5.3 reads, all residential development and subdivisions within new ASPs in the Town of Crossfield shall achieve a maximum of 15 dwelling units per hectare, approximately 6 dwelling units per acre, averaged over the gross developable area of each new ASP. The proposed amendments provide a maximum density of 13.6 dwellings per hectare or 5.5 units per acre. Additionally, policy 7.5.5, no more than half of the total number of dwelling units in any residential ASP shall be designated within the same residential land use district of the land use bylaw. Although the area structure plan does not illustrate the designation for lands, it does provide that there will be low density and medium density residential, specifically 784 units of low density residential and 36 units of medium density proposed within the entire ASP plan area. Additionally, policy 3.3.1D of the area structure plan outlines no single land use designation shall comprise more than 50% of the total units in the community, and as such, the applicant shall provide a housing mix summary with each tentative plan of subdivision. What we heard. On November 8th, the developer, Dream Developments, hosted an open house at the town office, and the open house was very well attended, with approximately 40 to 50 residents attending. Throughout the evening, 4 common themes and/or areas of concern were conveyed by participants in attendance, being the Harrison Pathway extension, the wetland and adjacent residential lot development, school site and newly proposed residential lots, and lastly, the dog park. Each of the themes have been summarized below for consideration. With the Harrison Pathway extension, feedback received focused on the conceptual drawing as shown in Figure 2, where it shows connectivity of pedestrian pathways within municipal reserves for existing and future subdivisions, as well as noting there is no path between 200 and 300 Harrison Court, and expressing happiness with the pathway system. Although the proposed plan conceptually allows for pedestrian connectivity in the future, as outlined within the residential policies of the municipal development plan, there are no plans for removal of the existing fencing, nor plans for construction of a pathway system to connect from Vista Crossing through the green space between 200 and 300 Harrison Court. Were that to change, the process would require notifying affected landowners. Wetland and adjacent residential lot development. Feedback on the proposed development of the 4 residential parcels adjacent to the wetland included concerns over fertilizer from yards seeping into wetland, lots infringing into the wetland, added lots around the wetland, appreciation for preservation of wetlands, okay with wetland lots as proposed. To address the concerns expressed, the developer provided the drawing noted in Figure 3 that showcases the considered setbacks. The blue line represents the wetland boundary. The pink line, as per the Municipal Government Act, represents a 6-meter environmental reserve setback provided from the bed and shore of retained wetland areas. The yellow line, as defined in the initial area structure plan, represents a 24-meter naturalized buffer provided from the environmental reserve around any retained wetland. This setback is creditable municipal reserve, meaning it forms part of the minimum 10% municipal reserve requirement required by the town of Crossfield on all developments. The current area structure plan setback policy, being a 6-meter environmental reserve surrounding the wetland and a 24-meter naturalized municipal reserve surrounding the environmental reserve, has been endorsed by Alberta Environment and Protected Areas. The ASP amendment does not propose changes to the setback policy. All use changes contemplated in the proposed ASP amendment are outside of the wetland, the environmental reserve, and the naturalized municipal reserve. Concerns relating to impact of property draining into the wetland have been addressed by the developer, whereby policy has been added to the area structure plan to direct property drainage away from the naturalized MR. At the appropriate time, being at land use and subdivision stage, Dream Development will submit an application under the Water Act that will propose measures to protect the wetland and surrounding area. Dream has committed to rehabilitating any disturbed lands within the 24-meter naturalized MR. Further, Dream Developments understands that future construction activity is subject to provincial approval. The third theme, school site and newly proposed residential lots. The following highlights the feedback received as it relates to the proposed residential lots within the school reserve. They represent concerns pertaining to the reduced sizing of the school development and associated impacts to school size and open spaces, as well as the inclusion of Rocky View School Division. Specific comments include: removing any portion of this school zone is unacceptable and is not in the best interest of our children or in the best interest of our community. Was Rocky View School Division circulated? Will the school need to be smaller? Will the playground be smaller? Will the soccer field or baseball diamond or other valuable green space be eliminated? Will staff, parents, buses, and school visitors have limited parking? Lots on the school site. Where will the children play? Appreciate school is coming. Interested in school timing. Provided for council are figures 4A and 4B are the 2018 area structure plan highlighting the school site and the 2023 proposed amended school site. Rocky View School Division was circulated for comments and provided the following. The revised area of 7.59 acres for the school site will not be sufficient for a proposed school. For our elementary school, we require the sites to be over 8 acres with minimum of 5.25 acres for the school building envelope and the rest for the playfields. Based on our school site requirements, we are not able to support the proposed changes to the MR site in the Vista Crossing ASP. The initial Vista Crossing area structure plan was amended in 2018 to include a school site, and at that point was supported by Rocky View School Division, where the site was planned for a future elementary school. During the recent circulation, Dream Development worked closely with Rocky View School Division to align the development of the school site as per the 2018 area structure plan amendment. Dream submitted a revised concept that demonstrates the change to the school site from 7.59 acres to 8.3 acres to meet the minimum requirement of the Rocky View School Division. See the initial amendment concepts in figures 5A and B. The concepts demonstrated in figures 5A and 5B represent the following residential lotting change. The initial concept allowed for 13 lots, and the amended concept has reduced it to 8 lots, proposed 8 lots. Revisited comments from Rocky View School Division. Following the amendments noted above, Rocky View School Division submitted the following statement. Overall, Rocky View Schools is okay with the proposed amendments to the Vista Crossing ASP. 8.3 acres of MR land out of that 5.2 acres dedicated to school building envelope and the rest for playfields. Theme number 4 was the dog park. The area structure plan amendment includes the proposed addition of an off-leash dog park as highlighted in figure 6. Feedback on the proposed dog park was mixed, with concerns primarily relating to the size of the dog park and potential fencing. Specific comments are noted below. One person expressed they were pro dog park, and 2 people expressed that they were against the dog park. Size of the dog park, will it be fenced? And if yes, how do others bypass it? Dream Development took into consideration the 2022 recreational needs assessment, whereby in terms of new outdoor facilities, 18% of respondents were in favor of dog parks. As per Council's strategic plan and under the strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and challenge analysis, dog park was identified as a challenge, but important to the growth of the community. So before Council, we have provided a summary of the circulation comments. In general, from agencies, no objections were received, but conditions have been outlined for the developer's follow-up and are reflected for Council's information in the chart provided.
Thank you, Meryl.
You're welcome.
Okay, at this time, we'll move to the applicant, and the applicant will make their presentation to council. They have 15 minutes. After the presentation, council may ask the applicant any relevant questions. So I'm curious, Clark, if you and Daryl can just introduce yourselves.
Yes, your worship. Yeah, Russ, we're just having some technical issues here.
While they're doing this, we'll just have one of the councils dance for you. Deputy Mayor, you're up.
Very good. Excellent. Very good. Good evening, your worship. Good evening, council. Hello, CAO Barney, and hello to our friends in administration. My name is Clark Piata. I am Dream Senior Manager of Development and responsible for the delivery of Vista Crossing here in Crossfield. The name is spelled C-L-A-R-K, last name P-I-E-C-H-O-T-T-A. With me here is Daryl Grant, our planning consultant. Daryl will commence a presentation for you, and he is free to spell his own name for you.
Thank you, your worship, and members of council. Just as a matter of interest, in my previous life, I actually worked on this area structure plan and brought it forth to council back in 2015, just for a note of interest. I wish to speak in favor of the proposed Vista Crossing ASB amendments. I will provide reasoning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, so if you could just say your name and
Sure.
spell it out, and that'd be great.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't realize I actually had to spell it.
That's
My
okay.
apologies. It's
Just test.
Daryl Grant, D-A-R-R-E-L-L, Grant, G-R-A-N-T.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will provide reasoning for the amendments as presented at the November 8th public open house and offer further amendments based on what we heard at the open house. This slide illustrates the evolution of the land use plan of the ASP. The original ASP of 2015, the current ASP of 2018, the one presented at the open house last month, and the suggested changes to the one presented at the open house. The change from the original submission approved in 2015 was the conversion of a multi-dwelling site to a school site in 2018. Last year, the 2023 version of the ASP was initiated based on several factors. Retain the ATCO gas line in its original location. It's a diagonal alignment. Refine the school site based on, at that time, Calgary School Board's standards, minimum 4 acre building envelope and soccer fields. Provide better vehicular movements around the school site by extending Ellen Way to Range Road 12. Address the town approved 2019 stage master drainage plan and pond report, resulting in a reduced storm pond area, hence a smaller northerly pond. Review pathway and road connectivity throughout the plan, linking future paths and roads efficiently with the existing ones. And ultimately redesign. The ultimate redesign was influenced by working with the existing community's road and lot layout, the fixed ATCO line, and achieving efficiency for the remainder of the community. So if you could just imagine this in the south east corner above the wetland, we have a convergence of the existing phase 2 development. In the west, we have a diagonal green line or the gas line through the middle, and then new development between that and the existing community to the east. So it can be quite a design challenge, and 46 years of experience has helped me in that regard. Since the open house, And based on what we have heard and read, Dream has made the following suggested changes for council's consideration this evening. With regards to the public open space, also known as municipal reserve, school reserve, or municipal school reserve, the proposed ASP contains a total of 23% open space or 5.4 acres more open space than the current area structure plan. The town's MDP and the provincial government only require 10%. Therefore, Dream is proposing more than twice that amount. Slide 5, please. Thank you. The slide emphasizes the on-road and off-road pathways proposed in the community. The dashed red lines are the regional system. The green lines represent the local one, and the double red line represents separate sidewalks along the extension of Mossop Avenue. Essentially, there are 4 main north-south linkages: the west side, the east side, and 2 inside, and 4 east-west linkages: the south side, the north side, and 2 inside. Ultimately, for the most part, linear spaces will link the school to the natural and man-made water bodies, play lots, seating plazas, community gardens, and potential dog park, subject to council's approval. All this action is directed by the town's policy on promoting non-automotive systems or sidewalks, pedestrian, and bicycle paths. The slide illustrates the opportunities to refine Vista Crossings road cross-sections in future phases to address opportunities for multi-use pathways on higher standard roads, not just for pedestrians, but for leisure cyclists as well. In addition, pavement widths were widened to accommodate ease of operations and maintenance for the town. Again, as per the MDP's policy, review of cross-sections should address non-motorized transportation modes. Density is a measurement of residential units per hectare or acre. The town has identified 6 units per acre as its maximum density for each new area structure plan. The proposed area structure plan falls below that metric at 5.5 units per acre and well below the original submission in 2015 at 6.7. The following slides will now look forward from the open house and offer additional policies or to reinforce existing ones into the area structure plan document based on what we heard. The off-leash dog park has been suggested by the town and located along the east boundary of the area structure plan area. The proposed policy will offer this facility as an option at the time of subdivision, and it reads: the linear municipal reserve at the eastern boundary of the community may be suitable for a dog park to be determined at the applicable subdivision. The dog park should be located along the pathway network. Any off-leash dog park shall be fully enclosed with consideration given to providing separate enclosed off-leash areas for large and small dogs. A school site was added to the area structure plan in 2018, eliminating a multi-dwelling site. With the current amendments, discussions with the Rocky View School District were not forthcoming early in the process. At that time, Dream decided to use Calgary School Board standards and submitted that configuration to the town. Since the open house, the school board has advised Dream of its recommended areas, and these have been incorporated into this policy as follows. A school site shall be in the southwest portion of the community as shown on Figure 7 open space concept. It shall comprise a 5.25 acre building envelope and a minimum of 8.3 acres in total. New lots on Knight Avenue are a result of reviewing the plans for efficiencies. These lots are not located in the 6-meter environmental reserve adjacent to the wetland, nor the additional 24-meter municipal reserve offered as protection for the existing Class 5 wetland. Any lot drainage will be directed away from this cumulative 30-meter setback, and the proposed policy will read: Any development adjacent to the naturalized area, MR, as shown in Figure 6, general land uses shall have its parcel drainage directed away from the naturalized area, MR, to the satisfaction of the town. Another policy has been added for council's consideration, and it's the longest one for this evening. While not directly addressed by the town's residents, it was indirectly referenced that birds are an important part of the wetland complex. Therefore, the following policy was added to coordinate construction times with peak nesting and breeding season and reads. The developer shall avoid stripping and grading activities inside peak nesting and breeding season between April 1st and August 20th. Where stripping and grading must occur near the Class 5 wetland, as shown on Figure 4, biophysical areas of ecological significance. During this period, the duration and intensity of activity should be minimized where feasible, or where stripping and grading must occur during this period, areas near the Class 5 wetland should be prioritized to periods early or late in the peak breeding period. That concludes my part of the presentation.
Thank you, Daryl. In the interest of time, I'll go over the public engagement very briefly. Daryl touched on it, and of course, administration's report went into great depth on it. We did, through the public open house and through the public engagement process, identify, again, 4 main topics of discussion. As you've heard tonight, the engagement by the public did force us to re-engage with Rocky View School District to take a look at what is appropriate for a school site in Crossfield. And following that engagement, we have amended the plan and have secured the support of Rocky View School District for the school site as presented. Likewise, with the wetland, the public concerns prompted us to re-engage Alberta Environment on this and confirm that the policy that's in place is still applicable, is still acceptable to Alberta Environment, and ensure that their support is in place for the plan presented. And of course, as administration's report identified, we will re-emphasize, work around wetlands is the jurisdiction of Alberta Environment, and it does require Water Act approval and provincial approval to do any work. So the province is satisfied that the policy, as far as an area structure plan, is applicable, is appropriate, and does provide the protections that are needed, and as a backstop, still requires approval from the province. The Harrison Pathway, no further connection to Harrison Court. And the dog park, as Daryl has mentioned, we did include it because of it being a priority in the Parks and Recreation Needs Assessment. We have amended the policy to soften the language to make it so that it can be looked at in detail at the appropriate stage of subdivision to determine whether the timing and location is contextually appropriate for the town at that time. I do want to talk a little bit about the partnership. It's taking a step back to take a look at the bigger picture, the interrelationship between Dream and the town. Dream and the town are partners. Our interests are aligned. We're both interested in making this community great and doing so by balancing priorities and exercising fiscal prudence. Dream and the town both want to create good communities, thoughtful communities, and balanced communities. We're proud of Vista Crossing, and we're excited about its future. We have invested a lot in creating great places in this community, and we're excited about more great places to come. By being thoughtful and efficient with how we use the land, that is how we are able to provide great places. So why are we thoughtful with how we use the land? Well, as I mentioned, we are because our interests are aligned with the town. The things that cost Dream money to build, the sewers, the roads, the sidewalks, and the parks, they cost the town money to maintain. And the things that generate revenue for Dream, the lots, well, they contribute to the town's growth, vibrancy, support commerce, and generate tax revenue directly for the town. Being thoughtful and efficient with lotting is not a bad thing. The revenue generated allows us to build nice things in the community. And the more efficient that we use the land, the lower the cost per lot we can offer, making the community more accessible for current and future residents of Crossfield. As I said, developing new communities is about balance. It's important to provide
Clark, I
amenities.
just want to give you a reminder, we have 1 minute.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll race through this. It's important to provide the amenities that the community needs. And it's important to be thoughtful about natural spaces, preserving those that are of high value and being realistic about those that are not. It's important to be efficient with how the land is used. Every square foot of land should have purpose and no land should be wasted. The land in the community should serve the public good, or it should be used for the private enjoyment of residents, generating the tax dollars to pay for public goods and services. So what does this mean in practice? It means Dream should provide Rocky View School District with a site that meets their needs, but not over-dedicate it without reason. The extra land should be used to generate tax revenue. Likewise, it means Dream must protect the wetland to Alberta environment satisfaction. And again, that means protect a 6-meter buffer as ER, a 24-meter buffer around that as naturalized reserve. But outside of that buffer, it's important for all of us to use the land as efficiently as possible. Very good, Your Worship. I will just skip to the very end. I just would like to say to wrap it up, that Dream is a good partner for the town. We are a good partner in that we had already agreed to dedicate 13% of the land as MR before agreeing to transfer a multifamily site and donate it as a school site. What we are asking tonight is please don't ask Dream to donate more land than Rocky View School District asks. Don't ask us to donate more land than Alberta Environment requires. Please let's be thoughtful and efficient with the land. And we are asking you to move forward with us in being good partners in the future phases of Vista Crossing.
Okay, thank you, Clark and Darren. Okay, questions for the applicant?
To the chair.
Councillor Knight, go ahead.
Thanks, Clark, for the presentation there, everyone. I do appreciate Dream's attention to council's requests with larger roads and things like that. I do appreciate them. When I look at the 2018, and I do appreciate the adherence to environmental concerns, working with the Alberta Environment Government to protect our wetlands. When I look at the 2018 proposal and now, that's 49 more lots. So that's something to talk about as partnership. Turns into 820 total lots. I do have a small concern when we say over dedicating land. Typically in the past, we would have defined that as looking to the future or kind of the road mapping forward to see growth, right? So, I believe we've taken a chunk of land that was forecasted for the school in 2018. We're sort of chiseling it down a bit for land lots. I guess I really want to understand that 1% of the lots, it's 8 lots. Is that a hill that you guys are really stuck on? Because to me, in a town that's growing as fast as we are and the number of lots that we're partnering with you, I don't believe 8 lots is a place to stand on a hill. I really feel like the ability to allow the school to grow with the lots and partner together would be fantastic. I do appreciate the changes towards looking towards what Rocky View needs, but a minimum wouldn't be something that I would typically design anything on. So I guess my question would be, was in terms of 8 lots, does that sound like partnership to you?
Sure, it's a very good question, Councillor Knight. So there's a couple things there. First of all, what I would say is the 8 lots are beneficial in that the infrastructure burden within Vista Crossing is not changed by those 8 lots. The amount of roads, the amount of sewers, the amount of sidewalk that would go in the plan is the same, irrespective of whether those 8 lots are there or not. As I mentioned, in the presentation, it is for us about balance, right? Being able to generate revenue from those lots does allow us to build nice things in the community. It does allow us to have funds to respond to operational needs, when the town asks. I'll use an example. Earlier this year, a sanitary sewer that had been assumed by the town 6 years ago failed, right? And Dream came in and spent $70,000 to repair that, even though it was the town's to maintain and to repair. And we can be a good partner and do things like that, but only when there's revenue available to do it. So what I would say is yeah, in the grand scheme of things, it's important to have those lots that can generate revenue, can generate a tax base without increasing the operational maintenance burden for the town. I think that's what I would say is a thoughtful use of land. With respect to the school site, Rocky View School District indicated for an elementary school, 8 acres is what they need. For a junior high, they need over 10. Well, the site that was donated was never 10 acres to begin with. So if we're talking about needing a bigger school site to meet that next stage of school, that option was never available to the town with the school site that we donated in the first place. So really what we're talking about is if this site was going to be an elementary school, because that's the only size school that it's big enough for, then we should all be very efficient with how we use land. And that's what we're trying to do.
Second question? Ben, then thanks. I'll follow that up a bit. I do think the 49 lots that we've added onto here is revenue increases on your side. I do think on the elementary side, I more meant like in growth of portables. Like if the town's going to grow to 5, 6, 7,000 people, I do think that area will need a little bit more. But thanks for the answer on that. I just got one towards the elevation of those new lots on the east side or the east side around the wetlands. How would you propose changing the elevations to fix that drainage?
Very good, Councillor Knight. Yes, so the lots that would be on the west side, you can actually raise those lots so that there's a crossfall that drains from east to west going back towards the existing pond. And likewise, we would do the same thing for the lots on the east side, where you increase the crossfall so that they could drain from west to east into the natural, or not naturalized MR, but the manicured MR. That's outside of the 24-meter setback.
Thank you.
Very well. And Your Worship, if I may, could I respond back to Councillor Knight's follow-up on the school site?
Yes.
Very good. Sorry, Councillor Knight. I was just going to say, we have had thorough engagement with Rocky View School District. And, they're the ones that have said that the site is suitable. So, respectfully, I would request that council defer to the experts in terms of what's the appropriate site for a school site.
Just to counter to that is we are the partner in this partnership. I wouldn't really care what Rocky View does say. Just as the answer to that.
Very good, Councillor Knight.
No, I'm sorry, we can't do that. Great, thank you. Further questions?
Through the chair.
Go ahead, Councillor Gustafson.
Thanks, guys, for coming in tonight and doing this. I would actually just add to Councillor Knight's on, not just the 8, but where I think hearing in the community, it's not just the 8, it's the other 2, or sorry, the other 4 that are, so going from 49 down 12. Originally when, and I'm just trying to clarify some things here. Originally when Dream had come to council for the change in the plan, pardon me, is because it was not feasible anymore for the ATCO line not do the ATCO line and increase it to 49. I know that I was trying to get clarification with not just yourself but administration, how many lots. This is actually really the first time how many extra lots we're looking at putting in. So I see that there's maybe I'm confused, but the reason why we're changing the plan is because you guys can't, the price to change the pipeline was not feasible anymore. I guess it would have been built in the budget when you first originally did the plan. Am I wrong? But I'll wait till you answer that one. I'll just add a couple more things here.
Councillor Gustafson, I just wonder what your question is.
So I guess the question was the original chain was changed because of the ATCO line, or was it to the ATCO line and the increase the lots?
Sure. Yes, Your Worship, may I?
Yeah,
Trust
you can go ahead and
Councillor
answer that one.
Gustafson,
Yeah.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, the additional lots were a byproduct of the change in the road network. The initial submission that we submitted had fewer lots than this one has right now. When we engaged administration was interested in improving the operational efficiency of the layout of Vista Crossing. And basically in doing so, established a little bit more of a grid network, right? And when you establish more of a grid network, you have fewer pie lots. You know, you have fewer lots that are narrower at the front and wider at the back. And when you get into pie lots in what would they would call a curvilinear layout, you end up taking a lot more land per lot. So the same land actually generates fewer lots. But in terms of, you know, how we would sell lots, we sell them by the front, right? So the amount of frontage doesn't change, but some of the land that would normally go into big pie-shaped backyard has gone into regular rectangular yard or regular rectangular lots, which the byproduct is more lots, but it doesn't change the frontage. It doesn't change the revenue profile of the community that we're building. It just changes how the lots come out of it. So no, to answer your question, the reason for the change was the gas line. The more lots was a byproduct of engagement with administration to improve operational efficiency for the town's benefit.
Okay, so going back to what you just said about the byproduct being, you know, by making it more linear, as you're saying, but you've also added another 12 in addition to the original footprint of what the lots looked like before. So what was the intent by adding the original or adding another 12? That's, I guess you're talking about efficiency, but.
Yes, Councillor Gustafson, that's absolutely correct. The location of the lots on the school site were not there before. The lots backing onto the naturalized MR that surrounds the wetland, they were not there before. You are correct. The purpose behind that is, of course, for the efficiency of the layout, right? Generate revenue, generate tax revenue for the town. Again, it's a lot of what I spoke to in the presentation. It's being thoughtful and efficient with how we use land. And that was really the purpose for those additions.
Okay. I just have a couple more, Mayor, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
Actually, Councillor Knight already asked the question about how you would just clarify how the drainage would work, and I think you touched on that. We haven't seen that on any of, you know, on actually how it would work, but I have a good idea. You talk about 23% of municipal reserve instead of only 10%. How much of that 23% is actually unusable anyways? For, you know, if you were to take, you know, 13% back, are you able to even do that? Because most of that's gas line and any pipeline. So
yeah, yes, correct, Councillor Gustafson. Yeah, there is the plan contemplates MR over top of the Tackle line, the ACO gas line, and the Mountain View Regional Water Services Commission line. So correct, in any measure, those lands would be public utility land or municipal reserve, but not saleable land. But in terms of your absolute number, the original plan had 13.2% municipal reserve prior to the school site being donated. So the 13.2% on 160 acres is roughly 19 acres, right? Plus the other 8.3 for the school site is 27. That number is that number is just shy of 20%, but in the 17 to 18% range. So irrespective of the lands that are encumbered, yes, the donation of municipal reserve is far beyond what the Municipal Government Act says should be the cap.
yeah, and the lands that are encumbered, how much of percentage that?
That's so we are 45 total, so that's another 15 acres roughly.
So that would be 15 acres on top of, or less than what? If you take, is there 10% of the total MR that's encumbered already, or is it?
No, Councillor Gustafson. So what I'm saying is the total value of the unencumbered MR exceeds the 10% requirement.
The unencumbered, okay.
The unencumbered.
And that's 23% you're saying?
The unencumbered MR would be in the 17-18% range. I
Okay.
don't have that exact number.
Okay,
23% is the total. The total amount of open space between MR and ponds is roughly 45 acre. And then with the wetland on top of that, we are pushing 50 acres.
okay. I have one last question. Actually, sorry, two last questions. On the dog park. And I know that's a long time coming, but the actual footage of the dog park would start at the north end of the quarter on where the pipeline runs through, all the way to Knight Avenue. Is that correct?
No, Councillor Gustafson. Really, the plan contemplated a conceptual dog park. It's really just earmarking a location where a dog park could go.
Oh, so it could go anywhere in between
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, realistically, so the Mountain View Regional Water Services Commission right of way is 30 meters wide.
Yeah.
It's a big swath of land.
Mhm.
There's lots of opportunity to make use of that. So I don't think that at a high level, at an area structure plan level, it didn't drill down on the details of the
Okay.
dog park, right? And that language has been softened in the policy amendment.
Okay. Now, I know we had a conversation about those 4 lots earlier a couple of weeks ago, but how much vegetation do you know which would be removed from the north end of the pond area to facilitate those lots?
Yes, so the back sloping to accommodate the lots would be roughly between 6 and 9 meters into that 24-meter naturalized MR space. So of course, naturalized MR means you can disturb, and once rehab, you have to repair it to a natural state. That's the difference between natural and naturalized. So the western lots, I'm not sure how far into the actual lots the trees extend, but the limit of disturbance into the 24-meter naturalized MR buffer would be between 6 and 9 meters, right on the back of that lot on the west end.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Other questions? Okay, Clark, just on the dog park, we already talked about it being fenced.
Mhm.
I'm just curious, just to add a little bit of a buffer to residents that back onto there, what types of things can be done?
Yes, Your Worship. Again, because that right of way is 30 meters wide, there is ample opportunity to figure out how to configure that. What I would say is it probably makes sense to do a linear dog park that would leave, say, 6 meters of space for a pathway between the existing residence's fence and the fence for the dog park. And I think that, at a future subdivision stage, should the town want to proceed with, a dog park at a location there, that we would be able to work it out, in detail.
Yeah, that sounds good. I'm just curious if something like, a bit more of a buffer, maybe like a raised hill and some trees,
Yeah,
or
tree line.
just something like that, just to mitigate any impact on the residents if things like that could happen.
Yeah, for sure. You know what? That's naturalized screening is always a very good option for interfaces with existing residents.
Okay, that sounds good. My next question is, what kind of tools would you put in place to mitigate any harm to the wetlands aside from directional of the runoff?
Very good question, Your Worship. So you will see that between the open house and now, we have added policy to protect the wetland. The policy that we've added to the ASP is taken verbatim from the biophysical impact assessment field study that provided recommendations that were accepted by Alberta Environment for the protection of the wetland. So that includes bird sweeps for seeing if there are nesting birds, especially birds that are hold status in terms of their how many of them there are. And then sorry, yes, and then timeframes in which you can actually do work, right? Moratoriums on doing work within nesting season, which is, I believe, April 1st to August 20th, that there should be no work. And then, of course, because a Water Act approval would be required before doing any work within a wetland catchment, a follow-up biophysical assessment is required to be sent off to Alberta Environment.
Oh, sorry, Clark, if you could talk closer into the mic, that'd be great. And anybody from the public, just so you know, like just raise your hand and say through the chair and I'll address you. Thank you.
Very good. But yes, what I would say, Your Worship, is the policy that was added into the area structure plan is verbatim from the biophysical impact assessment field assessment. And I think that it does provide protections in terms of timelines. And then, of course.
Okay, hang on just one sec. We'll let the train pass.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Through the chair.
Well, hang on, we'll just let the train pass.
His mic's not working.
Oh,
It was.
hello?
Yeah,
I can get there.
that's
Yeah.
working.
Yes. Okay, just the train.
Yeah,
Very good.
it'll just take, hopefully it's not the longest train.
All right.
Perfect. Okay, Clark, if you just kind of want to start over, my question was, what tools are you going to put in place to mitigate really any harm to the wetlands?
Very good. Thank you, Your Worship. Yes. So as I was saying, when I was interrupted by the train, between the open house and now, we've incorporated additional language in the area structure plan. The language is taken verbatim from the biophysical impact assessment field study that provides guidance for when the area around the wetland could be disturbed. It basically provides guidance in terms of nesting season, which runs from April 1st through August 20th, which basically says that there should be a moratorium on grading within the wetland catchment within that window. And any grading should happen outside of that window to protect nesting birds. In addition to that, of course, there has to be a wildlife sweep before you do any work that could disturb areas that bear wildlife, that are home to wildlife, and any species that are identified that are on the province's protected list. They have an associated setback. And frankly, it's a rule. It's something that we should do. It's the right thing to do. And development within that setback has to stop if those species are identified. Beyond that, of course, because the 25-meter naturalized or 24-meter naturalized buffer is a naturalized MR, it would be incumbent upon DREAM to rehabilitate any of the land that is disturbed, plant natural and frankly, the vegetation that's already there, replant it. Beyond that, I guess I would add that the original policy always contemplated some disturbance within that 24-meter naturalized setback, because the policy does speak about pathways being installed there, about interpretive signage, places to stop and watch nature being in there. So I would suggest that nothing that we're suggesting is out of line with the original policy or the original intent. But this policy does include language to strengthen the protections in terms of timing. And then, of course, I would add, of course, the Water Act approval is necessary, and Alberta Environment would have the opportunity to review the follow-up application.
Thanks, Clark. And just to follow up to that, just on if you remove any trees from that area, is there a requirement to replace them with similar species, or what does that look like?
Yeah, correct, Your Worship. Yes. Naturalized MR does hold an obligation to return it to a naturalized state. That means local native species or species similar to what would have been there to begin with.
Excellent, thank you. And just lastly, just to talk about the school site. So just to clarify, Dream gave us school site way back when. There was no indication until now that any changes would be on there. And now I'm kind of with Councillor Knight on, you know, I understand it gives you revenue and later on it'll give us a tax base. But if I look at that site, even for a K-8, it's still a small site. So I'm just curious, like if is, and I'm with Councillor Knight, would that really be the hill to die on for Dream?
Your Worship, I would say I would love to convince council, you know, to see things the way that I see them, you know, I'll take a step back, right? That's I'm talking about a balanced approach, right? And finding a balance between how we use lands, you know, finding the best use for every piece of land. And what my argument would be is, you know, if that land is not needed for a particular use, that it would be in the best interest of the town to generate tax revenue for it, to encourage growth, you know, and to support the town's commerce from having residents that move there. But of course, you know, council is charged with defending the public interest for this community, right? And if council feels that that is not in the public interest, you know, that I don't think would be our hill to die on.
Thank you. Further questions for Clark and Darren?
Through the chair.
Councillor
Actually,
Brennan.
something just came to me here. So I'll be honest, when I went and reviewed this, the naturalized setbacks, the 24-meter circle, and then where all these lots end up, it didn't occur to me. So what you're saying is that's where the lots end, but on top of that, you're going to be setting back further 9 meters inside of that orange line for grading.
Correct, Councillor Brennan. So we would go 6 to 9 meters. Sorry, we would go up to 6 to 9 meters inside that line for grading to accommodate the lots.
Right.
Just to create some, you know, typical grading across the lots and then rehabilitate.
Certainly, like the reasoning makes sense. I understand why. It's just that's on me for not understanding that until now. But so then, but for sure, the minimum requirement based on Environment Alberta is the pink line.
The pink line is the 24-meter.
That's I don't know. 8 meters.
Yes. So the 6-meter ER would be from the Municipal Government Act.
Okay.
Correct. And then Alberta Environment would review every one of them on a case-by-case basis to support the policy for what the setback is.
Right.
In this case, Alberta Environment supports the 6-meter environmental reserve around the wetland, and then a 24-meter naturalized MR around that. And of course, the difference being you cannot touch the environmental reserve.
Right.
The 24-meter naturalized MR can be disturbed as long as it is rehabilitated to a naturalized state.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you.
Through the chair,
Go ahead, Councillor Lambert.
would that grading that you have to do back there that you're going to rehabilitate, but that would ensure that the drainage is proper so that no fertilizer, anything else that drains off of those properties would go into the wetlands?
Correct, Counselor Lambert.
Thank you.
All questions have been asked. Okay. Any other questions? All right. Thanks, Clark and Darren.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, at this time, we'll have presentations by those in favor of the bylaw. I will call upon those in favor of the application to speak as per the registry, 5 minutes per individual and 10 minutes speaking on behalf of a group. After each presentation, all those whose perspective were accurately shared by the presentation, I will ask that you raise your hands, and administration will then count the hands raised. Is there anybody else in favor for the second time? Okay, and a third time, is there anybody else in favor? Okay. So I'll call upon Bo Franson, if he can come up. And then I'll have you say your name and spell it out for us.
Bo Franson, but you spell it Ibolya, Fransen.
Thanks, Bo. You now have 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, good evening. At the end of October, my neighbor came to me after she just read on the town's web. Roll it.
Okay, hang on 1 second. Do you have a presentation from Bo?
It's a video.
Oh, and we can't show it here because it's live streaming. Okay.
It was really pretty.
Was it? Well, I'm sure you can send it to us. Yeah.
Okay. My neighbor came to me and she read something on the town website, and it was the plan of dream development with the amendments made recently. They were very concerning for us as people living right next to the wetlands. We learned that the builders had told us was possibly not true. They had all told us when we were looking into buying in Vista that the wetlands were a protected area and there would never be houses built onto the wetlands area. That is why we picked the lot we are living on, because even during the process of picking the lot and the building process, we loved the fact that it felt like we lived in a bird sanctuary. So many different birds singing, it was peaceful. The first summer we lived there and sat on the deck, we literally could close our eyes and imagine being in a bird zoo. We have seen birds there in the 2 summers that we lived there that we have never even seen before. And not just birds live there, many other animals as well. Maybe even the tiger salamander, which is a species of special concern. They have been seen a few times in the Harrison Courts area. We can't know exactly since there have been no surveys done in the last 10 years. We can't just adopt conclusions from years ago, knowing things can have changed and also that rules have been violated in the last few years. Water from the second storm pond has been dumped into the wetlands. Big no-no that clearly nobody cared about. When my neighbor showed me that Sunday morning what she learned by just reading it on the website, I was wondering if it was just us as owners of the adjacent lots that would be worried, or that the more people would not agree with this. So I said I would create a petition and see what other people in town were thinking of this matter. I created the following petition. It's named Halt Construction Near Vista Crossing Wetlands to Protect Wildlife. I'm a resident of Crossfield, Alberta, Canada, and like many others there, I value the natural beauty and wildlife that our town is home to. Our wetlands east of Vista Crossing is under threat due to proposed construction plans. The original plan did not include any houses south of the road on King or Knight Avenue. However, recent changes have put this area at risk. The slope in this area is steep. Any use of fertilizers or other chemicals in residential yards would flow directly into the wetlands. This could have disastrous effects on our local ecosystem and wildlife population. Our wetlands are home to a variety of birds and other species that contribute significantly to our region's biodiversity. Crossfield has been experiencing a lot of construction lately as we grow as a community. While growth is important to us, it should not come at the expense of our natural habitats or the creatures that inhabit them. We must remember that these spaces were here before us. They're not ours to take away, but ours to protect for future generations. We would rather hear birdsong than car engines in our town. Therefore, we call upon local authorities and developers involved in these plans to consider their actions and preserve this vital green space behind Knight Avenue instead of building houses there. Please sign this petition if you believe in protecting Crossfield's natural habitats from unnecessary development. When I asked the mayor at the open house how many signatures I needed to make it count, she told me 10% of the population. I have over 600 signatures. So I guess we succeeded in that. All these people are concerned about the amendments that were being made in this plan. The list of people says that some are from out of town or even province, but that's a glitch in their system. My own child lives in my house, signed, and it shows Airdrie. My direct neighbors both signed, and they showed up as living in Montreal. They actually have never been there. When I asked them how that was possible. This petition was only posted on the local Facebook page, and all the people that responded either live in Crossfield, have an interest in maybe want to move to Crossfield, or are in the process of moving to Crossfield, or are working in Crossfield. All people who actually have an interest in our town and in keeping it the way it has been for years. Many of these people messaged me personally with their concerns, asked me questions about the plans, the regulations and procedures. Many of them were disgusted by the greed of the developer and the town. Nobody's actually against growth. We all see the advantages.
You have 1 minute.
Of that as well. More services, more stores, more money for the town, which can bring us things that we can enjoy as taxpayers. Dream said that they will be rehabilitate, yeah, that one, for what they have already disturbed. Well, if you walk around the first or the other storm ponds, you see how good their drainage is. The clay that comes out of the houses, even with already developed yards, is nuts. So I don't believe that their plan to have a good drainage system will work, and it will be disastrous for the wetland. Everybody who was at the open house, and like you said, there was 40 to 50 people, were very concerned. And like some of you already asked as well, those 8 and 4 houses, literally 12 houses that can be a disaster for the school, because I see portables everywhere, or for our wetlands, can be easily scratched. They have more than 30 plus houses added onto it. So don't tell me you're paying out of pocket to have your development here.
That's your time, Bo. So if you just want to close.
Okay. Okay. That will be it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Hang on 1 second. Can I get everyone to please raise your hands if you agree with the statements that Bo had presented? And then if you can keep your hands up so we can do a count. You thought I forgot. Yes. Yes, please. You good? Okay. So those will be recorded. Thank you. And just before we move forward, we just want to have our CAO Kinza address the petition, just for clarification so that everybody knows, okay?
Thank you, Mayor Harris. So I just wanted to provide some clarity for those in attendance at the public hearing this evening. As I'm sure you're all aware, municipal governments within Alberta are governed by what we call the Municipal Government Act. There are stipulations inside that act that speak to requirements relating to multiple things within the organizations and the governing and operations of local governments. One of those in particular is petitions. Part 17 of the Municipal Government Act speaks to everything in relation to planning and development. And under section 232, there speaks to the petition for bylaws. So a petition requesting a new bylaw under Part 17, again relating to planning and development, or an amendment or repeal of a bylaw or resolution made under Part 17 has no legal effect under the Municipal Government Act. Therefore, under Part 17, being a section, like I'd alluded to, inclusive of planning development, which also includes subsequently area structure plans, are not petitionable. However, I will say that I believe the information has been passed on to administration. Council may accept the petition for information. It is information that can be presented to council and be seen as a lobbying effort on behalf of the community. However, I just wanted to be clear with those in attendance that it is not any legally binding in any way, just because the Municipal Government Act doesn't permit that in its regulations.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. If I can get Bill Booth to come up, please. And Bill, if you can just say your name and spell it out, please.
Name is Bill Booth. Is this working?
Yeah, I think you just have to be very close to it.
Okay. William Booth, WILLIAM BOOTH.
Thank you.
Okay. Right. We're opposed to the get set here.
So Bill, you're speaking for yourself?
Well, actually, I'm speaking for myself, but I'm actually have a number of people that we've set together and neighbors and other people that are against it. So I would say I'm with a group.
Okay, so we change his time to 10 minutes then. Okay, thank you.
All right. Just to give an idea, back in 2019, my wife and I contracted McKee Homes to build a house backing onto the wetland on the east side of Vista Crossing. I obtained maps from the town office when we came out to visit, and it showed that the approved development that was going forward, as well as all the entire area. We were told by a McKee representative that there wouldn't be any development near the wetlands. We thought we did our due diligence before making a decision. We love living in Crossfield. Now Dream Development want to change that. I strongly urge Crossfield Council, Town Council, to reject the 2013 Vista Crossing ASP proposed amendments. Next, please. Next. You've already seen this, just a comparison. You can see on the left what it looked like with the pass system, no disturbance on the wetlands in the north part. Now we've added 2 hoses. Next. Now this is the topographical map. And I put this in because you can see where the green, which is the grasses, native grasses, and tall shrubs, actually went up to Knight Avenue. They're certainly not even close to Knight Avenue anymore. They're at least 130 feet, if not more, towards the wetlands. So they've been taken out already. Now, if you go back, I just received the environmental assessment report from 2014 from administration. I briefly went over it, and they have pictures in it of different stages, aerial photos at different stages. And there's one not too long ago where it was way beyond Knight Avenue. And all those tall shrubs have been taken out. Next, please. Of course, you saw it on the video with Bo. This is the area we're talking about. Next. Now, during the biophysical survey, they called the wetlands in question here site number 15, which is a class 5 wetland in the southeast corner. A geotechnical assessment hasn't been done since 2015, and frankly, I haven't even seen it. And I asked for that document. Biophysical survey hasn't been completed since 2010, and in the proposal, the bylaw 2023, 2018, and 2015 said there was one completed June 2nd, 2015, where in fact the only biophysical survey is from 2010, 13 years old. Biophysical assessment impact was completed, I assume, in 2015. I have not seen that documented. I requested either. The impact on the wetlands from future development shall require wetland impact assessment, crown clearance, and compensation to the appropriate authorities to pay for it to get it done. Next. Municipal development plan. I'm pointing out some certain things with each different act and plan, and hopefully that will help. This is the vision from the 2018-15 Municipal Development Plan. I won't go through the whole thing, but this vision statement clearly states, find solace in our wetlands, creeks, trees, and park. I don't think it lists there. Our vision is to tear out trees and damage our wetlands. Next. Also in the MDA or MDP, just to highlight, it says in 5.3.1, Town of Crossville shall protect natural areas, including the wetlands. 3.3.3, Crossville shall work with the Noah's Creek Watershed Partnership and all other levels of government. And 7.0, the land use development in the MDP. Town of Crossville shall ensure that residential designs to the neighborhood that maintain and protect healthy stands of trees, watercourse, wetlands, and other natural features. Next, please. You should go back one. The Noah's Creek Watershed Partnership, which Crossville is a partner of, recently rejoined. I don't know if there's a lot of people that understand what they even are. You go to the next one. This is the Noah's Creek Watershed map. And of course, you can see up there on the right, center left is, or center right is the Crossville. Next, please. In the recommendation or the action plan, it is recommending, these are recommendations, by the way, no earthwork should be permitted within 3 to 5 meters of the vegetation drip line to protect root systems. Well, we heard earlier that's going to happen. Also, that where the slope of the bank adjacent to the wet course or water course, which is a wetlands, that's considered a water course, is in excess of 15 degrees, buildings or structures should not be permitted. I went out and measured that slope. It's in excess of 25 degrees. And then of course, with the left elevation of the home, which would have probably a 5-6 degree grade, you're over 30%. I don't know how on earth you're going to put a drainage system there. It's going to be efficient. It's beyond me. There's the slope. That used to be trees and shrub. Also, a recommendation is with a class 3 to 5 or 3 to 6 wetlands or water body, they recommend a 50-meter minimum setback. We're only got 30 right now, which the bylaw says. So we're partners with these people, different groups, City of Calgary, Airdrie, and others. And I guess we're ignoring their recommendation. If it was 50 meters, we wouldn't be talking about houses on the wetland. Wetland policy. This is fairly new. And the first, obviously, avoidance is the primary focus of the wetland mitigation hierarchy, which prefers complete avoidance of any impact to the wetlands. Excuse me. When minimized, when avoidance is not possible, which I believe it is possible to avoid. Proponents are expected to minimize impact in the wetland. And I don't want to think about replacement. Now, the biophysical overview, again, 2010, well overdue for a new one. These are just points on each one. Site number 15, permanent pond, class 5, only class 5 on this side of Highway 2A. Significant diversity in habitat and breeding.
Bill, just to let you know, you have 1 minute remaining.
I have 1 minute?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, excuse me, no
that's
comments from there, but we do have a timer. I'm pretty sure it's pretty accurate.
Yeah. I'm going to waste time just getting caught up with where my thoughts are here. Okay, here we go. This one here was brought up before, and this is, I think, very important. In the bylaw, Tony, the most recent, developers shall avoid stripping and grading activities inside the peak nesting and breeding season between April 1st and August 20th. It does not say that early on or early into the breeding season you can do work, and it doesn't say early at the end you can do work, which was suggested tonight. And it's in the 23-11 proposal that they can come in early at either end. So I wish you would take that in consideration. I got more stuff here.
If you want to just do your closing comments, we are out of time.
I'm
Just
done.
close up if you like.
I'm done. I mean, you cut me short.
Okay, well, thanks, Bill. Appreciate
right.
your presentation. Thank you. Okay, and then we have Linda Waddle, if you can come forward, please. Oh, sorry, that's right. Sorry about that. If everybody can, if you raise your hands, if you agree with the perspective that was presented by Bill. Okay, keep them up and we'll do a count. Good, good. Thank you. And those will be recorded. Linda, if I can have you come up, please.
I think I can talk here.
I think we will
All right.
just have you have a seat here. That'd be great. Thank you. And if you could just state your name and spell it out for us.
Waddell, LANDA WADDELL.
Thank you. And that's right. And if you could move closer to the microphone, that's great. Thank you. Yeah, so everybody can hear you. And you're representing yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you'll have 5 minutes. Thank
In the
you.
last 5 years, we have had discussions with Dream Development. We live on Harrison Street, 1646. We've had multiple discussions with Dream Development about cutting the grass. They told us it was somebody else's responsibility, and it went back and forth for the last 5 years. Now then, we did have a meeting with him in the backyard. We asked them to cut all the thistles and cut the
So-
grass.
Linda, I'm just gonna, if you can speak to the points that are pertaining to the ASP, the area structure plan.
Yes, I am. I'll get to it. So now they want to build houses right behind us and destroy part of the wetlands. And in my estimation, when we've spoke with Dream Development before, on other issues, and now it is the wetlands that we have deer coming in. That's one of the species. All the birds, fox, and whatever else, and they want to reclaim it after they have done their development. I'm sorry, but dealing with Dream Development, we have never been able to trust them, and I don't think we can trust them now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Linda. No, I'm sorry. We can't do any clapping. Thank you. All right, thanks, Linda. And you did it in good time too. So if I can get everybody, if Linda's perspective was accurately shared by the presentation, please raise your hands if you agree. And we'll do a count. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, Jackie Strong, if you can come up, please. State your name and spell it out for us.
Good evening,
And-
council. It's Jackie Strong, JACQUIESTRONG.
Thank you. And you're representing yourself, I see.
Yes, I
So that's
am.
5 minutes on the clock.
Okay, thank you. So my concern is the wetlands. As we know that we've been pretty dry for the last little while. And with the overview that the other people had, you could see the porous land. Even though they say the wetlands stop here, they don't. They go all the way because you could see the land itself, where the porous is. And if we had a heavy downfall, any development, any houses in that area will be flooded. My biggest concern is the people that buy these houses. I'm also concerned about the wetlands itself, especially, but the impact on the customer to buying these homes would be huge. They would have flooded basements. And nobody knows when those wetlands or when we'll get a lot of rain and they'll fill up. The other part is if Dream Homes had really been concerned, their drainage from the houses to the west are already going into the wetlands. They didn't care, or they would have had it redirected before it hit there. The water already drains in there. So that's all I have to say. And I also saw that their stakes are right in the wetlands as well, where the land is very porous. So I really hope you reconsider, because the impact on the customer and the people that buy those homes would be huge, and that's not fair. And who would be responsible for fixing the problem? I don't want to be one of them. And my tax dollars. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jackie. Appreciate that. If I can get all those who agree with Jackie's perspective to raise your hands, please, and we'll do a count. Okay, good enough. Thank you. Liz Grace, you're representing a group. You'll have 10 minutes.
Hello, Liz Grace, Lizgrace. I want to voice my objections on behalf of myself and on behalf of the Crossfield Elementary School Parent Council. We did already submit our concerns with the first amendment, but that amendment was amended, and these are our new concerns with the amended amendment. I know, it's a mouthful. I think any change to the designated school zone is a disservice to our children and our community as a whole. It might be true that the amended amendment meets the minimum space required per school, but why are we aiming for the lowest bar possible instead of giving our children what was promised to them? This proposed change will limit the community's ability to partner with RVS for shared recreation amenities like baseball diamonds and soccer fields. Seems pretty short-sighted, especially at a time when we have more kids than ever using our parks and recreation areas. We all know the value of green spaces, and we all recognize that more recreation amenities have a positive impact on a community. And I keep hearing the word efficiency, but from an outside perspective, I don't know how you define the difference between efficiency and greed. And that's all.
Wow, that's way less than 10 minutes. Thanks, Liz. Excellent. We won't have any clapping. Thank you. Okay, so all those whose perspective If this was accurately shared by the presentation, please raise your hands and just give us a second to count. Okay, good, thank you. Okay, call Kelly, sorry if I hatch your last name, Lozen? Lawson, thank you. And if you could just say your name as you come up and spell it out for us, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and
representing
members of
yourself.
council. I'm Kelly Lawson. That's KELLYLAUZON. I'm here representing myself and my family. And I live on 428 Harrison Court. So I'm here actually in opposition to the amended roadway system proposed in Phase 8 on Tomasip Avenue. So if you refer to page 9 of your package, there are two graphics on here. So we have the 2018 area structure plan, and we have the 2023 proposed amended structure plan. The previous iteration was simply a residential loop with a little vein coming onto Mossip. It is now a major artery out of the community onto a very quiet cul-de-sac and street. We moved here 7 years ago because of the quiet nature of this street, arguably the quietest cul-de-sac and street in Crossfield. But this amendment will change all that. We will now have to contend with heavy traffic out of the community, and in fact, the second major exit out of Vista Crossing. This will adversely affect our quality of life on this street, and I adamantly oppose it.
Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate that. Okay, all those whose perspectives were accurately shared by presentation, please raise your hands and we'll do a count. Okay, good, thank you. All right, one more. Mitchell, sorry about your name. If you could spell it out and say it for me, that'd be great.
Yes, my name's Mitchell Mahachek, MIPCHELL MACHACEK. Yeah, just generally opposed to a couple things in the amendment. Number one would be the dog park. With the location of the school, a significant portion of Crossfield will be coming to the school from that side, and children may need to walk by that dog park. And I don't think we want to, like, if there's fences, the dogs won't come out, but these are little elementary age children, and we want to make sure they feel safe walking by. Also, if it's 30 meters wide, and if we're talking about a 6 meter wide pathway, plus there's yards on either side, I don't imagine we're going to put a fence right up against someone else's yard. So we're going to have a space there. This is going to be a pretty skinny dog park too, and skinny pathway. So it could feel kind of alley-like walking by there. And then, yeah, do not like when you look at schools and you see houses close to a schoolyard, it doesn't look nice. And this is an elementary school. It's nice if this is a nice open schoolyard, lots of room for expansion for portables and whatnot. And yeah. And then my last point would be consider the ways children will get to school. I have young children. They will be going to that elementary school. They're just 3 years old and 2 years old. So I would prefer not to send them to school on the roadways with the cars. So I'd want to send them through the pass system. And if they're walking past the dog park, they would have a extended journey to school. That is all my points. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitchell. Appreciate that. Okay, all those whose perspective were accurately shared by the presentation, please raise your hands and we'll do a count. Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, following the presentation by those on the registry, anyone else present who wishes to speak in favor? Sorry, that's right, it's the one above. Okay, this one. Oh, that should, sorry. Anyone else present who wishes to speak in opposition? Okay, and for a third time, anyone else present who wishes to speak in opposition? And that's the third and final time. Okay, after presentation, council may ask the presenter any clarifying questions. Rebuttal. Okay. Okay, if council has any clarifying questions of the presenters, we can ask them. So any questions for the presenters? That's clarifying in nature.
Through the chair.
Go ahead.
Are you talking about the presenter, like a dream or the?
Not dream, we did dream already.
Okay, so there was a comment about possible drainage problems already into the pond. Who said that already? And did you have any evidence of that already?
I walked over there and saw it, and the house, the last set of houses for the wetland, it's already going in that direction. You go walk there, you'll see.
Okay, thank you.
My dog.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions for the presenters? Okay. If not, the applicant can come up and do their rebuttal. Rebuttal comments are restricted to addressing new points raised by those who spoke in opposition to the application.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. I would like to speak a little bit about the school site in terms of sizes and the concerns. The typical school building envelope would accommodate portables. That is typically understood when a school board suggests a certain size. In Calgary, it is Calgary, I understand that, but their building envelope sizes, what they call building envelopes, are 4 to 4.5 acres for the elementary schools. And then they have, in addition to that, they would probably go up to 10 acres for their elementary schools for the playfields facilities. As was mentioned earlier in our presentation, the land is only about 9 acres to start with, so we would always be challenged. So we look to the school board for their requirements, quite frankly, and their building envelope consideration is much larger than I've heard in most school districts at 5.25 acres. But nevertheless, we felt that we've aligned ourselves with the school board and understanding that we've got a confined site at the very beginning. So that's my one point.
Thanks, Darren.
Yes, and Your Worship, I would like to speak in rebuttal to some of the wetland comments. We just want to make sure that council is very clear about what was delineated as the wetland and what is outside of it. Again, the proposal before you does not propose to disturb the wetland at all. The wetland was delineated in the 2015 biophysical impact assessment, as well as in the 2015 wetland impact assessment, both of which administration has and is available, I would presume, for council's viewing. To clarify the order of things, a biophysical overview is a high-level review, and the impact assessment is a more detailed review that would follow the overview. So the fact that the overview hasn't happened since 2010, not surprising. The overview identified that impact assessments should follow. and therefore a biophysical impact assessment did follow in 2015. A field assessment did follow that in 2015. And both of those delineated the extent of the wetland and set a policy that Alberta Environment, as the jurisdictional authority over water bodies in Alberta, over wetlands, has accepted. Again, I want to reiterate for council, we are proposing to work to that policy that the jurisdictional body has accepted and has said is appropriate for preserving and maintaining that wetland. The wetland impact assessment for the wetland identified that nearly all of the catchment for that wetland is drainage from the east. In fact, drainage from the roads in Harrison going back to the wetland. So again, I am asking council to consider a balanced policy, right? We are asking council to think about what is the best way to use lands. And our request is to adhere to the policies that have already been accepted for the wetland by Alberta Environment that are appropriate for protecting that Class 5 wetland for what it is. The lands that are outside of the wetland, outside of the 6-meter environmental reserve buffer to protect it, outside of the 24-meter naturalized buffer to protect that environmental reserve around the wetland is deemed appropriate by Alberta Environment. And once we get outside of that, I think that it would be incumbent on council to think about what is the best way for us to use the lands.
Thank you, Clark. Okay, and final question period. After all presentations from the public have been completed, council may ask administration their final relevant questions. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Any questions for administration? Okay, if there's no final questions, that's it. Then we've received sufficient information about the proposed actions. I will now close the public hearing and proceed to the next item on the regular council agenda. So I'll close it at 8:52. Thank you, everyone, for coming. We appreciate all of your comments and really appreciate how you care for our town in Crossfield. That's what we want from residents. So thanks for coming out. Thank you for hearing us. Very Oh, do you want me to break down, or do you want to do it where it says, or do you want to do it where it says we're going to break?
That's one thing that's good for you. Already have.
Can you wait? Yeah, I'm good. Or do you want me to break?
No.
So we don't. You're okay? Yeah.
One quarter coming out on my. Yeah, but now.
Feel it running water?
That.
Still didn't even touch your water. No.
I really have issues with the traffic flow. Like, why can't we start taking people out the back
Choked it up on the way here.
of these subdivisions and out to 2A? You know? I mean,
Okay, so now that we've settled, we'll continue on with the meeting. Council will be deciding on bylaw 2023-11, being an amending bylaw to bylaw 2015-07 for the adopted Vista Crossing Area Structure Plan. We have choices, so we can adopt the readings tonight, we can adopt one, or we can make changes to the bylaw as we like. So let's have a conversation around that prior to making a motion. Any conversation around any change that you may want to make to the bylaw? Or if anybody would like to make motions on the second reading?
Through the chair,
Councillor Knight.
I'd really like to see in the school division area not having those 8 lots in regards to the other 4 lots that are around the wastelands. I'm not really sure where I stand on that, but I strongly feel we should probably consider removing those 8 lots or recommending those 8 lots come out of the school division area.
Okay.
Through the chair,
Go ahead.
I'd like to add to Councillor Knight's amendment and remove all of the lots outside the original 2015 area structure plan.
Okay. Any other comments or discussion from council?
Through the chair.
Go ahead.
Councillor Gustafson, does that include everything in the wetland as well? Sorry. That includes the proposed wetland area as well. So
That's correct. The 4 that were added on the north side of the wetland, and then the 8 additional that were left in the school site.
okay, thank you.
Through the chair.
Councillor Brennan.
But that doesn't include, because I know there was comments made about the road. So just for my clarification, like that doesn't include the removing the access in Mossop yet? No?
No. And what I would say about the Mossop access, I think that was always meant to be an access.
Right.
There is that gate there that indicates that that would be a future access in there.
Yeah.
I would say with that one too,
That's a trick.
what other alternative we would have to move vehicles and traffic in and out? The last thing I think we would want is to have a development or an area that doesn't have good flow in and out. I've seen some municipalities with areas that have restricted in and out roads. And I think that when it comes to emergencies or fire access or those types of things, that we could be moving down a slippery slope on that.
Absolutely. It's more for clarification.
Yeah, no
Through the
problem.
chair. My concern with that is, I mean, we already have an overabundance of traffic on Harrison. Now we've got 2 more points where people are coming out of that subdivision onto Harrison and then onto Limit. We've already had several discussions on how Limit and Harrison, especially with Iron Landing to the north, the traffic is crazy on Harrison. And it's not going to get any better by funneling Vista into that collector road and then out onto Limit, which is already also overused.
Through the chair,
Councillor Knight.
just in regard to Councillor Lambert's comment, I hear what you're saying, Joe. My concern is it's not just Harrison. Like once they get over from Ossip right there, they can turn left, they can go all the way back on Iron Landing. They can turn on multiple streets behind the school, in front of the school. There's pathways. How do you lock a northeast corner of a new division and not have access?
Well, I don't know why they can't start going out the back, out the north part. Like there's a township road or a range road back there. Rather than pushing more traffic onto Harrison. And I mean, right now, everybody who lives there has to come out onto Limit anyway. But now we're talking about several hundred more houses coming onto Harrison and Limit. Like they need, I think they need to consider more access from the north part so that people can go straight out to 2A from the back end. And I mean, they have to work with our landing on that, but I think it needs to be done.
Okay, any further comments? I think there's a few things that need to be considered. And I know that I think we may need some more information maybe on different alternatives for that, if there are any. I'm not sure if I'm ready to make a decision tonight on passing second and third reading, regardless of whether there's no changes or changes. That's my stance, but if there's a counselor that's ready to make a motion, then we can look at that motion.
Through the chair, I tend to agree with Mayor Harris. I think we've obtained a lot of information tonight, and I think it requires further discussion before we can actually do our final readings on this.
Okay, any further discussion?
Nope.
All right, can I get a motion?
Through the chair,
Yeah, go ahead.
I motion that we table the second and third readings for bylaw number 2023-11.
All in favor?
I just didn't for additional information. Is that why?
Yes.
Yeah, for additional information.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? Okay, opposed? One opposed, okay. Okay, good clarification. Just for clarification, we're looking for additional information on different routes to go in and out of the area. Any more information on the removal of the lots, either from the school division or the wetlands that anybody needs? Yes. Okay.
Through the chair. Is that why we're tabling is due to the roots or to all of it?
I think that we've had a lot of information tonight, not only from our residents, but from, both for and against. I think that this is information that needs to be considered, and that it's not something that we can just decide on quickly, but time to think about it and time to bring back any further information that may need to be considered.
Through the chair. And also to bring our partner back to the table to have their information brought forward, right?
That's right.
If we are in partnership with them,
Yeah,
we should, instead of doing our diligence as a partnership.
that's right.
Through the chair, can we also get some information from the Nose Hill watershed?
Nose Creek
Or
watershed.
Nose Creek, sorry, Nose Creek watershed, on their recommendations or what they think about?
Meryl?
Through the chair, Councillor Lambert, we did circulate the Nose Creek watershed. There were no comments received, but we can follow up to see if they have any information to share.
Thanks, Meryl.
Okay. Anything further for clarification? That's it. Just checking with administration. Is that clear? Meryl, is that clear enough for you? Do you have all the information you need?
I do. So my understanding is you want the developer to come back with some changes recommended by council.
Yeah, developer and admin. More information on those points.
We can do that.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, item 5.2, bylaw 2023-12, 2024 fees and rates.
Good evening, Council. Administration is bringing forward our fees and rates bylaw for the 2024 fees and rates. With the increased operational costs along with administrative time, and administration has reviewed our current fees and rates bylaw and recommends increasing in the following areas. Under administrative, with the increase in new house construction and property sales, administration has seen an increase in rush requests for tax certificates and certificate of compliances. Therefore, we have added a fee for rush requests for a tax certificate and compliance. Under miscellaneous application and fees, we have added a residential grade reinspection fee for $500 for those properties that require an additional on-site grade review. Our water rate, as previously noted in last year's bylaw, will see an increase of 6% due to the increase issued by the Mountain View Regional Water Services Commission. Bulk water, we do currently have an administration fee set up. We would like to increase that to $55 to be in par with the existing utility administration fee, as it is the same workload to send out letters, invoices, statements, and processing of new utility accounts. Cemetery, there's been no changes to cemetery rates. We have just removed green burial rates from the actual bylaw because currently the cemetery is not ready for green burials. The area requires leveling, grading, and installation of a new road. The area in grades have been shot and fill is required for leveling and the installation of a road. And in speaking with the local developer, we can obtain free fill from there, so that will help lower our costs for that. Sports field user fee, ball diamond fees. There's a 10% increase for all ball diamond rental rates to account for increased maintenance and improvement costs, which includes fuel, fertilizer, aeration, top dressing, etc. And we will re-examine these fees structures for sports fields in 2024. Ice rental rates, the ice surface rental rates have not been increased since September of 2022. And with their increased cost of fuel and utilities, ice surface rental rates have been increased by 3.5%, which is just under the 3.8 consumer price index for September. The rate increase will not come in effect until September 2024 because of the way the arena ice rental runs, if that makes sense. Community center rates, we currently do have a rate for security guards in there for out-of-town rental rates. We are increasing security rates to cover additional increases by our contracted service provider and associated administrative costs for that. Development permits we are increasing development permits for new home construction to be in line with like-sized communities for permitted use. We have not had permit fees for discretionary uses that requires more admin time for uses such as secondary suites, childcare facilities, bed and breakfasts, etc. We have added a fence construction and a miscellaneous charge for those applications that do not fall under a new construction area. The non-residential new construction, industrial, commercial, mixed use, we've added a change of use fee increase for that to include engineering and planning review fees. And administration is recommending that council consider giving all 3 readings to the bylaw tonight.
Yeah, thanks, Lindsay. Any questions for Lindsay? Okay, I just have one. When we go to slow pitch and the ball diamonds, everything else is per game or per diamond, but the slow pitch is per team per year. Why is that different?
I'm going to pass that off to the Director of Community Services.
Great, thank you. Russ?
Thank you, Mayor Harris. A lot of that fee structure was created several years ago in working with the groups. And at that time, it was determined that a per team structure for slow pitch worked better for that group and for administration of the fees. But that's one of the things we want to look at is creating a fee and working on it through 2024 is to create a fee that is standard across the board. So whether that's a per player fee, per game, per hour, something like that, and working with the groups to change that.
Which teams do we have more of? Slow pitch or hard ball, fastball, minor ball?
It goes up and down. Right now, I would say we probably have more minor ball teams. So yeah.
So if we were to take, say, hard ball or fastball, you got the 38.50 per game, and compare it to the 244.20 for slow pitch per year. Which one, like, are they about the same, or which one is more?
Currently, that would be hard to compare because we actually don't have hardball.
Okay, well, let's take one of the other
slow
ones then.
pitch, or I'm sorry, fast pitch.
Like even minor ball, you take at the 24.20 and you compare it to slow pitch. With all their tournaments and usage of the ball diamonds, are they paying less or more than minor baseball on a yearly basis?
To give you a firm number, I would have to go back and look in those records. Off the top of my head, I would say it probably is pretty close to equal. But to get you firm numbers, I would have to go and look back at those records.
Yeah, but this is something that you want to look at, and
this is something I want to make sure that we're recovering an appropriate amount of money from the different user groups.
Yeah.
Understanding that different user groups create or use the facilities. It's not the right word, but harder. They're harder on the fields and that sort of stuff.
Sure.
So.
Okay, so for tonight, this is really just for now fix, and
Correct.
Then down the road, we'll take a deeper dive into it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you. All right. Any further questions? There are none. Can I get a motion?
Through the chair,
Yeah, go ahead.
I move that bylaw 2023-12 or -2024 or 2024 fees and rates be given first reading.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. Second reading.
Through the chair. I move that bylaw 2023-12-2024 fees and rates bylaw be given second reading.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. Third reading.
Through the chair.
Councillor Fox. Okay, go ahead.
I make a motion that bylaw 2023-12-2024 fees and rates be brought forward for third and final reading with unanimous consent.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Just for clarification, there's 4 motions on there. We need that one too. Okay. Thank you. And third and final reading.
Through the chair.
Go ahead, Councillor.
I move that bylaw 2023-12-24 fees and rates bylaw be given third and final reading.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. Okay, item 5.3, borrowing bylaw 2023-13 line of credit. Amber.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The first item I have on the agenda for you tonight is the borrowing bylaw 2023-13 line of credit. Under section 251 subsection 1 of the MGA, the town is required to develop a borrowing bylaw for borrowing funds from a financial institution. The line of credit borrowing bylaw requires annual renewal, as the current one will expire on December 31st. The town will be borrowing as a line of credit up to the principal sum of $1,500,000 from ATB Financial, repayable upon demand at an interest rate of prime plus 1%. The bylaw and the line of credit will be effective January 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2024. The purpose of this line of credit is to ensure that sufficient funds are available to fund operations. The town has not needed to draw upon the line of credit in the past. Administration is recommending that council give first reading of bylaw 2023-13 and that the bylaw be advertised for 14 days as outlined in the MGA.
Thank you, Amber. Questions for Amber?
Through the chair.
Counselor Lambert.
What will that amount of money do to our borrowing limits and our payback limit?
Through the chair, so long as we don't draw on the line of credit, it doesn't impact our debt limit. So the answer is most likely nothing.
I'm just curious, Amber, is that the best rate? Do we do comparisons with banks?
Well, the line of credit, there is zero interest so long as we don't draw on it. So it doesn't cost us anything to have it. If we did need it for a particular purpose, I've been told by ATB that the rate could be renegotiated based on what that purpose or the need was. However, the ATB did say that typically line of credits are prime plus. Some of the investigation I was able to do, although it's not quite as easy to look for business borrowing rates as it is personal. Financial institutes do tend to have prime plus, and in some cases plus quite a bit. So yes, at this point, that's my answer to your question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, any further questions for Amber? All right, if not, can I get a motion?
Through the chair.
Yeah, Counselor Knight.
I motion that bylaw 2023-13, the line of credit borrowing bylaw, be given first reading and that the bylaw be advertised for 14 days as outlined within the Municipal Government Act. And that bylaw 2023-13, line of credit borrowing bylaw, be brought forward to the December 19th, 2023 council meeting for second and third reading.
Hey, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carried. Thank you. All right. I guess we'll call for a break, and that's a motion too. So a motion to call for a 10-minute recess, please.
Through the chair.
Counselor Lambert.
I'll make a motion that we take a 10-minute recess.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Can I get a motion, please? That council return to the regular meeting.
Through the chair,
Councillor Gustafson.
I move that council resume back.
Okay, I'm at 9:27. Thank you. All right, here's the good stuff. Item 6.1, Crossfield Golden Key lease agreement.
Good evening, council. At the November 21st, 2013 or 2023 council meeting, the proposed agreement between the town and the Crossfield Golden Key Club was tabled pending additional information. From council's discussion, administration understands that council is looking for the following: confirmation of ownership of the land and building, reconsidering the type of agreement to ensure accurate reflection of ownership, adjust the term of the agreement, clearly identify the roles and responsibilities, and clearly identify insurance requirements. So the first point, the ownership of the land, from information collected within the tax roll file and documents provided by the Golden Key Club, administration can confirm that the town owns the building and the land. A timeline outlining the sequence of events when this facility was constructed is attached on the back of this report. The ownership has been noted within the new lease agreement in the second paragraph, just below there. The Golden Key Club facility has been observed by administration to be very well kept and maintained. The club has made some recent upgrades to the facility, including replacing toilets, replacing flooring in some areas, as well as kitchen counters and oven and dishwasher. As far as the type of agreement goes, the previous arrangements have all been in the form of an agreement. To make it clear of ownership, council would rather see a lease agreement put in place. Administration has revised the agreement to reflect this. The previous agreement was referenced just as an agreement, was a 10-year term, and there was no mention of building ownership. The proposed new lease agreement is indeed a lease on a 5-year term. It includes ownership of the building and a one-time lease payment of $10. The roles and responsibilities are more clearly defined for each party. Addition of a destruction clause was added, as well as no liens clause and an interpretation clause. The term of the lease was proposed initially to be a 10-year agreement, but administration has decreased the proposed term to 5 years with the town and the club meeting on an annual basis to discuss operations or any changes deemed necessary to the lease. This lease agreement would expire in December of 2028. The roles and the responsibilities of both the town and the Golden Key are more definitive and laid out in the new lease agreement. And insurance requirements are have been changed from the previous agreement to include the Golden Key having content insurance as well as liability insurance to the amount of $2 million, with the town holding the insurance on the building itself. The Crossfield Golden Key Club offers many opportunities in providing valuable programming and enhancing socialization, as well as a communal place for seniors to gather. All items that were identified in both the 2022 social needs assessment as well as the 2022 parks and recreation needs assessment. Administration has clarified many areas of the proposed lease agreement and as such recommends that council approve this lease agreement for a 5-year term.
Thanks, Meryl. Would you like to introduce your guest? I'm sorry, I called you Meryl. I'm sorry.
This is Michelle Coble, who is with the Golden Key Club in Crossfield here.
Thanks, Eris. Are you speaking tonight?
No, I don't think so unless you ask me something.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you. All right, any questions for Eris?
Through the chair.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thanks, Eris. We really appreciate you doing this work. I think it's very critical that all of the facilities within the town have gone through this rigorous maybe I should reword it. It's, you know, going through this planning and being able to get lease agreements for all this town-owned land is I think very key for especially the growth that our town has been going through. One question I do have is the Golden Key Club paying for the insurance, or is the town of Crossfield paying for the insurance, and I guess where I'm getting at is the Golden Key Club, if they are paying for the insurance, are we as the town helping out to ensure that that happens? I'm not sure.
So the town, will be making the payment for the building itself for the insurance on the property. The Golden Key Club obtains their own insurance for the cost of, their content and liability.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? I have no questions. Good job on gathering that information and making those changes. I appreciate that. I think this agreement will both protect the town as well as the Golden Key Club a little bit better, and that's what we want when we have these agreements. Did you have a question, Councillor Fox? No. You're good? All right. If there's no further questions, can I get a motion?
Through the chair.
Councillor Lambert.
I'll make the motion that council approves and the new lease for the Golden Key Club.
Okay, for a 5-year term. All in
For a 5-year
favor?
term.
Aye.
Motion carried. Sure.
When can it get signed?
Well, probably tonight. It's probably sitting on my desk. It's not?
I will have it available tomorrow if Mayor can stop by. Or we can.
Yeah, I can stop by Wednesday or Thursday. I'll let you know.
Because it expires December 23rd. Sorry, through the chair.
Oh, yeah, it'll be signed before then.
Friday.
Yeah, but tomorrow or Thursday, by Thursday for sure. And then staff can let you know.
Okay.
Okay.
Staff. Okay.
All right, thank you for being patient. Okay, item 6.2, move of December 19th, 2023 council meeting.
I'm trying to get through the lease agreement.
Yes, that's
Lindsay.
As outlined within the current council procedural bylaw, council meetings are held the first and third Tuesday of each month unless otherwise specified by council. With the relocation of council chambers to the Crossville Community Center, there are times when council meetings overlap with other events scheduled in the community center. The December 19th regular council meeting is scheduled the same evening as the Crossville Elementary Christmas concert on December 19th and 20th. The elementary school will be using both the main hall and the multipurpose room with over 100 people in attendance accessing the facility throughout the joint foyer as well. Council or administration is requesting council consider moving the meeting to Thursday, December 21 to eliminate the noise disruption during the council meeting. It's something for council to consider.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Lindsay? I can't make Thursday. I would prefer if we keep the same night. There's only 100 people
Yeah.
or so. Either keep the same night or propose to do it on the Monday. Anyone else?
I go Monday if we're gonna vote on it.
Makes no difference to me.
Do you think it will be that great of an impact? I mean, we have jazzercise or, I mean, whatever they do in there and other things happening.
They've actually changed the way they do the Christmas concerts now. They do half and half. So half the grades will be in the main hall doing the performance, where the rest of the kids will be sitting in here watching movies and being entertained in the multipurpose room. And then they switch. So I don't know how much the noise will be within this room. So that's just something for council to consider. It's just a consideration.
And I guess we'd have to advertise really well. Okay. All right. Anybody like to make motion?
Are we gonna try to keep it on a Tuesday or?
Through the chair.
Go ahead.
I move that administration look at alternative days that will satisfy all of council, including the mayor as well.
I think we should probably make a motion with a day. I don't think that they can decide for us what day we want to have it. So
through the chair, I'll make the motion that we just leave it as is.
do we have to do anything with Councillor Gustafson's motion first? Because there was a motion on the floor. Lindsay?
Did you call for it?
I did not.
That you didn't ask if everybody was,
I
he
didn't.
just put it out on the.
He put it on the table. Yeah,
But it was not motioned for.
it was not.
No, so it's called down.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Lambert, your motion was to keep the same day?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Hey, motion carried. Let's keep it the same, see what happens. We might just have to talk louder.
We've had background noise in the parking lot, so.
Right?
Train.
And train.
And the
Okay.
train, yeah.
Item 6.3, Mid-sized Towns Mayor's Caucus. I'll speak to this one. As you know, I've been working with our fellow mayors in the mid-sized town range from, Crossfield, from Crossfield, Disbury, Carstairs, Olds, Innisfail, and that region to form a mid-sized towns mayor's caucus. And what this will do, for example, is there's a mid-sized cities caucus, and it's just that next level of advocacy for the cities to be able to talk to ministers, to kind of get in that other levels of government ear, and it's worked really well for them. And they've made great progress on a lot of items as far as funding and other things for them. The villages also have a village caucus. This is in addition to Alberta municipalities. Alberta municipalities will work for all municipalities of any size to get those resolutions across the floor. What this caucus does is it gives us strength in numbers as well. But we can advocate for towns of our size because sometimes we have different needs than cities or villages that we need to get in front of different levels of government and be that advocate for our small towns. And so what I'm asking for tonight is that council approves that the mayor continue to participate in the initiative to explore the creation of mid-sized towns mayor's caucus. Does anybody have any questions for me? Okay, can I get a motion?
Through the chair,
Councillor Brennan, go ahead.
I move that council approves the mayor continue to participate in the initiative to explore the creation of a mid-sized towns mayor caucus.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. Thank you. Item 7.1, 2024 provisional operating budget and 5-year capital budget.
Thank you, Mayor Harris.
Nobody stayed for the good stuff, Amber. Right.
Tonight I'm presenting the 2024 provisional operating and capital budgets for council's approval. I have my presentation available on the screen as I kind of go through the report that's been submitted to council for review. So in summary, since the initial presentation to council, the provisional budget has been closely reviewed by the senior leadership team, including the CAO. CAO has also held discussions with council, and through these discussions, there's been a couple changes. Economic development has been included in, or sorry, investment in economic development, among other things, have been included in the provisional operating budget. And as I go through the report or the presentation, we'll discuss those changes. The recommendations that are provided for council to adopt through this report are to adopt the 2024 provisional operating budget, the 2024 capital budget, 2025 through 2026 forecasted operating budget, and the 2025 through 2028 forecasted capital budget, as well as transfers to reserve. So as I previously mentioned, we'll start with the operating budget. And as you can see in this table, or you may not be able to see, there's a lot of information on this slide, but there have been some changes since the initial budget presented in late October. Some of the 2024 operating budget reflects service level improvements, inflationary impacts and cost increases derived from growth, increased investment in capital reserves to fund future capital replacement and maintenance costs. And it also considers tax revenue associated with growth. So tonight, 3 options will be presented to council for discussion items and decision within the recommendations. Just to recap, some of the changes in the operating budget over the prior year, there's been adjustments that support service level improvements. These adjustments include e-government service bundle enhancements. Service impacts include efficiencies in preparing, approving, and publishing meeting agenda reports, improved user experience, and new features on the town's webpage, and a customer experience enhancement when managing town accounts. The initial annual cost for this bundle is just over $19,000. The second service level improvement is a heavy duty mechanic / operator position. Service impacts include organization-wide reduction in third-party labor and shop costs, as well as a reduction in downtime when machinery fails. This position will also be able to develop a preventative maintenance program to extend the useful life of vehicles and equipment. In the initial year, the net cost of this position has been calculated at approximately $10,250. That seems like a very low number for a position like this, but once you factor in cost savings associated with those shop and labor costs, that's how we've approached this position in year 1. The wages would be budgeted at the full amount on an ongoing basis. Parks and facility operator 2. This position is to ensure that year-round maintenance of parks, playgrounds, sports fields, sports courts, recreation and cultural facilities is maintained and are attractive features of our community. This position will allow increased capacity to plan and implement improvements. And the cost of this position is approximately $82,000 annually.
Okay, thank you, Amber.
Oh, I'm not done.
Oh, I know.
Can I carry on?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So now we have several. This table kind of explains the changes that have happened in the operating budget since it was initially introduced to council on October 24th. So it starts with increasing the training budget for council, which had an opposite effect, decreasing transfers to reserves. New amendments include $140,000 of new revenue that will be in the sewer department. And this is due to a contract that was recently, an agreement that was recently signed for the sale of treated effluent starting in January of 2024. So there's an equal contribution to transfer to reserves that those funds through a motion made by council will be transferred to a sewer or to a wastewater reserve. There was an operating grant that administration discovered in the budget that hadn't been approved yet. And so we pulled that from the budget. So that decreased revenue for $25,000. And we also discovered by looking a little deeper in the budget that there is additional revenue for the sale of arena boards to the tune of approximately $3,000 that we added to the budget. So a little bit of an increase in revenue there. So tonight we have several other items on this list that are open for discussion. This includes an increased transfer to reserve. And we're providing 3 scenarios here, one with an additional $250,000 transfer to operating transfer to capital reserve, a $450,000 increase, and the third option is a $650,000 increase. All of these reserve transfers are to support economic sustainability and tangible capital asset renewal. The next item that's up for discussion is contracted services and contracted and general services. There's a $29,500 increase to the economic development initiatives line. This is to further economic development in the town of Crossfield. There's also a $30,000 expense added to the economic development envelope, and that is to match funds for the Northern Regional Economic Development Grant. This grant is, pardon me, it is to support initiatives that advance economic development efforts in the town of Crossfield. And the funding is intended to cover 50% of the grant funding is to fund 50% of the requirement, and approval is required prior to the submission deadline. Oh my goodness. And the application deadline is December 20th, 2023. So it's fast approaching. And finally, there is $7,500 added to the budget for municipal development plan engagement initiatives in 2024. The last thing, sorry, the absolute final thing that is on here has no cost associated with it. However, it is an item that does need to be decided upon, and that is the decision to lease new or buy out existing park equipment, as that was an outstanding item from our committee meetings back in October. And there was supplemental information provided to council for that decision. So my question here is, would we like to talk about discuss these things now?
Yeah, let's deal with the operating separate to the capital.
Okay.
Are you looking at me like we shouldn't do that, or?
No, I just make sure that before we step into conversation, that members have the opportunity.
I can circle back to this slide so it so that we have the discussion items through the chair. Thank you. If that's okay.
Yeah,
okay.
That's fine.
Okay. Thank you. So there's a a significant amount of your decision has to do with reserve transfers. So why transfer funds to reserves? Financial reserves are set up to mitigate current and future risks. Examples of such are revenue shortfalls and unanticipated expenditures, and to ensure stable tax rates. Reserves help councils and municipalities plan for future operating and capital needs. So just like we save money for a big ticket purchase in our personal lives, that's basically what we're doing here with reserve. They allow municipalities to plan for contingencies. Reserves help municipalities overcome infrastructure deficits. There's been a lot of talk recently about infrastructure deficits. So just so that so I'm providing a little bit of context around that. An infrastructure deficit is capital projects that are necessary to expand, upgrade, or rehab the municipal infrastructure system that have to be deferred as they exceed the current funding capacity of the municipality. So it's just the work that needs to be done that is not currently able to be funded. Reserves also help, municipalities can finance capital through debt, but the amount of debt is limited, as Councillor Lambert had asked earlier. Reserves help with debt avoidance. Also, there's a cost associated with debt, and that's avoided through reserves. Finally, reserves also allow municipalities to generate investment income while those funds are put to use in the investment in various investment instruments within regulations, of course. Just need 1 second, please. So I should also mention that reserves are a key tool in the development of any municipality's long-term financial plan. There are numerous purposes and objectives that reserves are intended to assist with. So aside from the list I've mentioned, they're also used to support effective asset management planning and allow for long-term maintenance and repair and/or retirement of infrastructure assets. So we're keeping our infrastructure refreshed and replaced when needed. Yeah, I think in addition to that, they provide financial flexibility and ensure adequate cash flows and allow municipalities to plan for contingencies if necessary. So this provides a summary of the initial budget for transfers to reserves that was presented was $1,077,000. And since then, we have 3 options. The first option increases that amount by $375,000 to $1.452 million. The next option is $1.652 million, and the last option is $1.852 million. So, as you can see here, in 2024, our when you're talking about reserves, you're kind of talking about operating and capital at the same time. So it shows in 2024 that based on option 1, we would be transferring $1.4 million to the to reserve transfers, but we would be withdrawing just under $800,000 to fund various capital expenditures throughout the year. So that net contribution is at about approximately $650,000 that we're investing in contributing to the reserve. So that's the amount that it is growing annually. So just to give you an idea of the current state of the tangible capital assets at the town of Crossfield, we have just under $79 million of TCA, and this is how they're kind of broken down into the different types of assets, from roads, water, wastewater, stormwater assets, to equipment, vehicles, land, improvements upon land, and buildings. So that's how our assets are split up. Now, in this next slide, we talk a little bit about amortization. So this is kind of, you might ask, what is amortization? So amortization is a reduction in value over time, more commonly known as depreciation. As of the end of 2022, $53 million of the original value of our assets remains. So we had approximately 68% of our assets are still holding their value, whereas 32% of the value has depreciated or amortized over time. The chart to the left demonstrates the 2022 amortization, which was $1.8 million, and it compares it to the three options for reserve transfers that we're proposing in this report. So we can see that option 1 and 2 fall below that annual amortization, whereas option 3 is slightly above, or almost probably closer to where amortization would be in 2024, because it gets amortization grows each year. So you might ask, based on what I had mentioned previously with our transfers from reserve to fund our capital projects, how much are we actually contributing each year? So under that, I'm just gonna go back one slide. Under option 1, option 1, we'd be contributing approximately $650,000, which is 36% of the amortization cost, 2022 amortization costs. If council was to select option 2, that would be approximately 47% of net transfers, would be 47% of amortization costs, pardon me. And under option 3, it would be closer to 58% of the cost of amortization would be the net contribution to reserves. So a financial management best practice is to establish reserve transfers in an amount at least equal to amortization on an annual basis. There, aside from transfers to reserves, there are other ways that reserves can be funded. We do have offsite levy reserves that are funded by developers through offsite levy bylaw. There's other types of levies that are available to municipalities under the MGA, including recreation levies and voluntary recreation levies. Several of the communities in the region have voluntary recreation levy policies established. And so that is available to the town of Crossfield as an option. There's also franchise fees as an additional means of funding reserves. And the town did implement the electric franchise fee in 2023 at 17%, with the cap being 20. So there's still additional capacity, as well as in 2024, the gas franchise fee is being increased from 17% to 20%. Effective January 1st, and the cap for the gas franchise fee is 35%. Additionally, reserves can be funded through operational surpluses. So municipal budgets must be balanced. Therefore, we can't budget for a surplus. However, circumstances and conditions allow municipalities will find themselves with an operational surplus at the end of the year. And in this case, those funds can be transferred to a reserve to support future costs. Another way to fund reserves or else to fund capital projects is through grants. So we do receive grants from other orders of government. However, we are finding that the grant funding is unstable and trending in a lower manner than it has been in the past. For example, the provincial government spending on local infrastructure has dropped from 3.7% of their total spend a decade ago down to 1%. And today, in our current situation, provincial funding for local infrastructure has dropped on average from about $420 per Albertan in 2011 down to $150 per Albertan in 2023. To relate it to more of a, how does this impact Crossfield? The average MSI grant funding that the town of Crossfield received from the province of Alberta in the 2011 to 2023 range, so the same time frame that I quoted earlier, was $738,000 annually, and in 2023 we will receive $421,000. So that's about 57% of what we were receiving on average in the last decade or so. So it just highlights for council the reality of how our capital program is being funded and why that additional contributions or transfers to reserves through our your decision making here is important because to fill that gap. So next we will move on. We'll continue talking about capital, I suppose. Or no, I'm going to pause 1 second just to check in. Carry on or double back to discussion.
I think that let's just double back to discussion on the operating.
Okay.
And before we do that, I just want to check with the CEO, Barney, if you have anything to add to the discussion or to clarify.
No, I believe Amber has done a fantastic job of really characterizing where we're sitting at today. Just to kind of wrap things up, there was, like I said, she indicated there was a budget that came forward in October. The intent today was really, not that council can't reflect back on some of the decisions that were made at that point and the proposals that were provided to administration. But we wanted to really focus in this evening primarily on the additions that were being proposed in the budget. We're happy to try and address any questions that council may have in relation to those or anything else, of course, as well. We do acknowledge that this is the transfers to reserve piece is a significant piece and a significant decision by council. Later in the report and in the presentation that Amber has, you'll be able to see the impact of those decisions to ratepayers, and that might be something of interest to council as well. But we believe there are important conversations for council to have. Number one, because of the information like Amber had just shared with council that we're seeing significant reductions in funding levels from other levels of government. And subsequently, what that will result in is some really tough decisions for council as it relates to, the future upgrading of infrastructure and investments in infrastructure, service levels, And there's only a couple of ways forward. One is reducing service levels or increasing revenues, are really the only two ways out. So we just want to be proactive in engaging in that conversation. I will supplement Amber's comment just to say that administration's intention is to bring forward some information for further review and discussion early in 2024 as it relates to a reserve strategy and outflowing reserve policy. And that strategy will be looking at where do we sit at today in relation to our reserves? Are there additional reserves we should be, are they categorized appropriately? Are there additional reserves we should be looking at? We'll get clarity on the intended uses of those and how that captured. The other component we'll look to draw some clarity for council on is what should that look like from what's the optimum balances that we would like to see in those reserves? Of course, that will heavily be connected to the future vision of council and the investments that they're looking to make going forward. And in alignment with that, we'll also be looking in 2024 to transition to a 10-year capital plan versus what currently sits at a 5-year capital plan. So there's a few complementary pieces like that administration will be bringing forward early in 2024 and then subsequently towards the end of 2024 as we build out a 10-year capital plan that will help draw greater clarity around that. However, in light of where we're sitting today and some of the restrictions and limitations I would see that we're having dealt and passed down to us as it relates to funding availability, we felt it prudent to place this on the table today for discussion and for council's consideration as it relates to the reserve transfer.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, questions for Amber?
Through the chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Council.
And I appreciate this, Amber, you know, all of the numbers you give us. And, you know, a big thing is, you know, I always have a question is the numbers about our TCAs are how often do we audit those numbers? Or, you know, where do we get those numbers from? Because that's a major component to all of this. It's, you know, it tells us what our amortization number is, and that now turns into what we need to, you know, catch up or stay on par with that amortization with our reserves. So how do we come up with those numbers? Who audits them? How often do we audit them? Is it a separate party? Is it where do we come up with them? So
Through the chair, thank you for your question, Councillor Gustafson. So TCA are based on historical costs. So the costs that we actually paid for an asset, basically invoice number less GST or whatever that is. For some of the assets, I think TCA kind of became a big deal for municipalities back in 2009, around then. So there could be assets that were estimated if we didn't have physical records back at the time, but we're going to assume that it is what it is, but on a go forward basis, all our assets are entered or captured as TCA at a historical or their original cost and are amortized systematically over the useful life of that asset. So it changes depending on the type. So what all that amortization does is tell us how it's that asset that was purchased in the past is slowly losing value. What it doesn't do is tell us how much it's going to cost in the future to replace that asset, because we know the road we built, well, let's not use road. Let's say a water pipeline we installed that has a 75-year useful life is not going to cost the same amount, 75 years in the future to replace. So amortization isn't really a good indicator of what we have to save in the future. What would be what the town of Crossfield and administration is discussing and planning to bring forward through that 10-year capital plan in 2024 and through more robust and rigorous asset management is to determine what really those future costs are. But to answer your question, that's where TCA values come from, is from actual historical costs, and they are audited annually by our auditors. It's a big component of the year-end financial audit.
So just to be clear, the auditors we've had for the last how many years?
1 year.
Oh, this
Brand new
is
ones
the
last
new
year.
Did we see any variance from the auditors from previous years?
Yeah, these auditors, sorry, through the chair, pardon me.
That's fine.
They did, they were quite thorough, it being their first year, it being my first year. There was a lot of change last year, so there was a lot of testing. And there some assets on the list have, were potentially retired, but still on the list. So we got that fixed. So yeah, the list is reviewed now on an annual basis and by administration to ensure if there's any retirements through the year that they're captured in the current year, and any new additions are added as is typical. And that's the practice effective last year and moving forward.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Questions for Amber on the operating side? I have a question, Amber. On the reserves, on the operating side, do we put in reserves for specific things on the operating side as well? Or is the operating side just reserves for operating altogether?
Through the chair?
Yeah.
Thank you for that question. So a part of our the reserve policy and strategy that'll come forward early in 2024 will be an opportunity for council to determine what reserves we have now and maybe what reserves we should have. What we have now are not well defined. There's no policy that explains what each of those reserves is established for, what that money is, or what the reserve funding is, what it is right now. It's very undefined. So that will be part of the policy coming forward in the early new year.
Okay, that's great. So
The chair, basically what they do, the reserves are set out by department. So you're going to say transfer to reserves in water and sewer and operations and that's all. They're not normally specifically for this money is for lagoon, this money is for sewer lines, this is for that. So when you're doing a budget, normally your transfer to reserve line is just in a department and goes into that department's reserves for whatever use we come upon that's needed. Like we know any of that money that's going in there now is going to end up in a lagoon or a wastewater treatment situation.
Through the chair, if I just might add one piece, you had mentioned operating. There's an opportunity to establish an operating reserve that doesn't have anything to do with capital, and that's where we talk about contingencies and working capital and stuff like that. So it's a fund that could be accessed for emergency operating type circumstances that might arise that you can't plan for, you can't budget for, but you're able to manage through them because you have that reserve set up.
Okay. Thank you.
If I may, I'll just supplement those comments with the, and this will get into more greater detail in this early in the new year when we talk about the concept of restricted versus unrestricted reserves. And there are restricted reserves that are identified solely for specific purposes. So we'll elaborate a bit more on that in the new year and bring back a design on the reserves that we feel would be suitable and meet the needs of Crossfield for sure.
All right, sounds good. Any more questions on the operating? Okay. I think we'll continue with the capital. Thank you.
The capital budget was initially presented on October 25th. Since the original budget was presented, there's been 2 amendments to the capital budget. We've included the aerial man lift as an additional piece of equipment for $36,000 and a turbidity monitor in the water department for $10,000. So our amended capital budget is at $1.477 million. And to the right of the screen, you can see how the 2024 capital projects by type are distributed. 22% of the project's value are community enhancement related. Some of this is including the Westgate Estates fence replacement, repairs at the Amory Park rink and the installation of the pickleball. Equipment is 18%. Examples of that is the AFRAX radio system, council chamber upgrades, that aerial man lift, and some of the water meters, stuff like that. The fleet, which represents 20% of our 2024 capital budget, is the 1 year lease of, 1 year. Okay, so 1 year cost to purchase the fire engine, that thing. Yeah, I forget what it's called. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. And also the transformation of the vehicle in the Public Works, Public Operations Department. Oh boy, guys. Yeah, I got this. Okay, so those are the 2 changes. Funding for our 2024 capital program is split amongst MSI funding, or in 2024, it will be LGFF funding. I'm assuming it'll be consistent with the 2023, but I still haven't heard anything either way. So that's about 29% of how we're funding our projects. Additional grants are 140,000, which is about 9%. CCBF funding, 8%, and then the bulk, or 54% of our capital program, is funded through capital reserves. So what does this mean? We talked about what does it mean to the town of Crossfield when the with the provincial government funding shrinkage. Now, what does the proposed budget mean to individual ratepayers? So in order to start that conversation, we should review our property tax rates for the town of Crossfield compared to that basket of 12 comparable towns within the province of Alberta. As you can see, the town of Crossfield is kind of towards the bottom in red. The average residential mill rate amongst our comparators is 8.4% in 2022, whereas the town of Crossfields was 6.8%. So we're below. Our mill rate is lower than the average. And same with the non-residential rate. The average rate is 11.8%. 11.8. That's the mill rate, and the town of Crossfields was 5.6. So that's about half as much of as the average. So there's definitely some room there. So it's important to highlight that to council, because that's it demonstrates an opportunity. Part of the strategy in 2024 is a continuance of the shifting of the non-residential property tax distribution to 1.2 times the residential rate. Again, here, as you can see, the town had a 0.8% rate split in 2022, whereas the average was 1.4. In 2025, the property tax split will shift further up to 1.4 times the residential rate, which should bring us closer to that average of our comparators. So the budget under the three options provides municipal tax revenue increase of $158,000 and $158,000 approximately of attributed to assessment growth. So this is new assessment that did not exist in the town of Crossfield in 2023. So the revenue is not included in the base, in the property tax base. So that's new revenue that we'd never had before if it hadn't been for growth. Our budget changes under option 1, we're looking at about $339,000 of additional revenue. Option 2 is $539,000 and option 3 is $739,000. So those are your three options. So what does that really mean though? A typical, the monthly rate payer impact under option 1 for a residential home with an average assessed value of $385,000, which was the average assessed value of properties in 2022. For option 1, that would be the equivalent of a $4 monthly tax increase. For non-residential ratepayer, they're really hard. There is no real average because they can, non-residential properties range from plastifab to convenience store. So it's very hard to determine what an average is. But per $100,000 of assessment, that average or their increase would be $11. And you may ask, why does it seem so much higher? And that's because of that split, that distribution shift. So right away, there's an impact to the non-residential through that. Option 2, we see a $12 residential increase and a $13 non-residential increase. And under option 3, $21 per month for a resident and $16 per month for a non-resident property owner. So that's kind of the bottom line of those decisions, what that impact looks like. Next steps. In spring 2024, administration will bring forward the 2024 operating budget final for approval. And that is also coincides with the finalization of the taxation bylaw. So by then we'll have the updated assessments and we'll know exactly where we stand with that for the property tax revenue. Other options are available to council. Council must approve, or council can approve the 2024 provisional operating budget and capital budget as presented, or they may choose to adopt a different budget. But a provisional operating budget must be approved by December 31st of the year.
Thanks, Amber. Okay, let's open it up to questions and discussion. Questions for Amber?
Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Lambert.
Amber, what is the increase to the property taxes if we're looking at option 2?
Oh dear. Oh.
Are you talking about $12 a month extra?
It's
$240.
$12 per 100,000, right?
It should be 240 bucks a year.
I want to know what the increase to the property
On
tax
option 2?
revenue would be on that.
Like you're talking total.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah.
This is based on just 385K assessed value.
Yeah.
That's,
I think she means total.
what's that?
For the increase of the property tax revenue line itself. So how much extra revenue are we taking with option 2?
Well, that's part of this. That's part of our motion here. It says increase to property tax revenue, $ blank, and I need to know what to put in there.
Yes, okay. Here on this slide, okay, I'll help you with that. It's 697,624. I know there are a lot of blanks in the motions, so when some
I can't see the white lettering.
My
on that.
my apologies. You never know how it's gonna look when you throw it up on the wall.
Maybe if you can just read them out for us, because we can't see that.
Okay, sorry. So under option 1, the total is 497,624. Sorry. Option 2 is 697,624, and option 3 is 897,624.
I have a question while we're all thinking about this. On the rodeo grounds environmental assessment for 2025, can you tell me why we're doing that? Are we planning on building on there anytime soon?
Thank you, Mayor Harris. No, there was a phase 1 assessment done that recommended doing a phase 2. It'd be more so just to definitively determine what extent of contamination is on those grounds, to help if there were improvements being made to those grounds, if they need to disturb the lands in any sort of way to make improvements, we know where and what kind of contamination is there.
Yeah, and how soon do you think that improvements may be being made on there?
Currently, nothing in the near term, I would say. I know one of the items on the priority list from the rec board was like a festival type facility, which one of the ideas that was thrown out there was potentially turning the rodeo grounds into or adding to the rodeo grounds to accommodate like a festival type facility.
Okay.
But that's definitely not in any sort of near term.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we also have to think outside of our term too, like if we want to plan properly.
Yeah.
I was just curious because, I mean, usually those environmental assessments aren't completed too far in advance of actually building on there.
It was more on my end. I want to make sure that we know what we have there.
Yeah.
And currently, that's not really clear. So
But I would say what we do know about that site is without the ground being disturbed, there's no harm to anybody that's on that site.
Correct.
Yeah. Next question for me. Just on the playgrounds. Now those are our town-owned playgrounds, right?
Correct.
Not school ones.
Not
just-
school,
okay.
all the town-owned ones.
Perfect. What I did notice, I think in our capital plan over the next 5 years is there's really no reserve funding for any future recreation projects. We're maintaining really well, which I think is excellent. But I think sometimes, and this may come in the 10-year capital plan, but it should probably overlap with the 5-year. What are we going to do? What's our priorities on that recreation needs assessment? And what are we going to do for new facilities, especially some of those ones that they may cost a little bit more? I'm going to use this just for an example, a skateboard park that could cost between, $800,000 to $2 million, depending on what is chosen. How are we planning for something like that in our reserve funds?
Very good question. So I guess to start, now that we have the rec board's input and what they've provided to council and council accepted as a recommendation, we now have kind of a roadwork or a framework that we can start working on, and we can start laying this out in a timeline. And then taking a look at where those lie, and then with this reserve policy to try and start building reserves toward those. And then I would say also that we'd, as you say, a skate park, for example, could be, there's a wide range, but it's just even if we just say $1 million, that's a big ticket item. And likely we would have to leverage some partnerships in the community to try and get some grant funding for those sorts of
That's
things.
right.
So that's where we would have to, within this plan, take a look at, okay, just throwing it out there, skate park, we're going to say 2027, we want to start building it at that time. That's pretty aggressive. But then we got to start looking at, okay, well, what partnerships can we leverage within the community to start trying to gain access to some of these grant funds that as a municipality, we're not eligible for.
That's
So-
right. I think that's the easy part.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but then obviously we have to come up with the matching parts of those. So that's where we have to take a look at our reserve policy and say, okay, well, what are our priorities as a council and an administration, how do we want to divvy these reserves up, and how are we going to start to build these? So I think that's a pretty big conversation that we have to have once we start working on this or get this policy started.
Yeah, and when is that policy going to come back?
Through the chair, in early 2024.
First quarter?
Now you're going to pin me down to something, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Through the chair, thank you, Mayor Harris. I just want to highlight as well that the intent is to connect with council early in the new year to host a bit of a retreat. And part of that, I anticipate, will likely be a bit of that prioritization setting around identifying, there may be a lot of components that sit inside some of these plans that are developed, but what are the true priorities of council? And then we can really look at defining what are some of the potential funding strategies that we can attach to some of those priorities, and draw some real plans to them and look at what are the realistic timelines that we can anticipate being able to action those items based on the strategies that are developed. So I can't say for sure that that'll form part of the reserve policy. but it will be a follow-up conversation around prioritizing where those, what are the key priorities of council that are looking to action. And then we'll define, administration will look to define what those funding strategies will look like.
Yeah, and I think that we already have some of that. And we just went through that exercise that not too long ago. I think this will just be an enhancement to pin down a little bit better what we're looking at. In my mind, I think we've decided already that recreation is one of our priorities. And I think that we have to start planning now for some of those things. And one of the things that I will say is that I think I'll probably be making a motion on this is for admin to bring back information on that voluntary recreation policy and start planning for some of these recreation reserves on the capital side for some of these things in Crossfield. The planning for that policy is going to take some time, and there's steps I know that we have to take to get there, and that could take more than this year to do. So that's just some work that I'd like to get started on. So no time like the present. I'm going to make a motion on that, and then I think we can continue with this. And I'd like to move that admin bring back information on the voluntary recreation policy in 2024. Any discussion? If not, can I get a motion, or can I, all in favor?
All in favor.
Thank you. It's almost my bedtime.
Yeah, it's 20 to 11.
Okay, great. That's passed. Thanks. So to continue on, any further questions for Amber?
Through the
Any
chair.
thoughts? Yeah.
I don't know if I'm jumping ahead too far. I guess the question I had is on when we're talking about reserves and I'm looking at Schedule C. Am I too far ahead then?
No.
No. You can
Okay.
ask a question.
You know, we had our initial budget, but you know, we have option 1, option 2, option 3, and all the reserves are basically going into general reserves, right? I'm looking at this correct? You know, where did we find the shortfall from the initial budget? Where did we see, okay, we initially budgeted, you know, 473 for the general. And now we've jumped up to 708 and 908 and, you know, $1 million plus. Like where was this? Where did we find the real shortfall? Like, is it just in the general? Like, maybe I'm missing. Did we miss something on the initial budget?
No, through the chair, because we haven't defined what our reserve policies are, sorry, what our reserves are specifically. I arbitrarily named general reserve only because knowing in early 2024 we will be bringing forward more definition and descriptions around what our reserves truly are. So it is an unrestricted reserve, and it's not a clearly defined. However, I'm going to allow Kinza to bail me out of this little hole I dug.
Go ahead, Kinza.
If it's helpful, I will try to add a little bit of context. So I wouldn't say that there is a gap identified in any specific reserve, because at this point we haven't identified optimum levels for any of the reserves individually. We have some work to do even to define the intended uses of each of those reserves. So that's work we'll be doing early in the new year. The rationale for the jump in contributions, which like Amber had alluded to, is now just being assigned to general, more because the assessment around how much funding should exist in each of those reserves will be part of our discussion in the new year, and that may move So some of this funding that today will go into general may be reallocated in early in the new year based on our assessment of those reserves and what we anticipate, what we believe should be the levels and be reflective of that. What I will say is the rationale for the jump, and one of the pieces that we looked at is how much as a whole are we contributing to our reserves as a municipality in relation to the total value of our TCA and our amortization cost. So if we look at it as a whole, and we, instead of breaking it down by individual reserves, and you look at, we do know that we have 68% of the initial value of our reserves, the purchase cost of our reserves, remaining intact. The remainder, the other 38%, I believe, has been identified as following the amortization schedule. So what we do know as a common practice and a healthy financial practice moving forward is that we should be transitioning more to the contributions to our reserves should be reflective of at least the amortization of our assets. So that's why we opted to put forward the values that we did. It's not that they're trying to fill gaps in our road reserve or our wastewater reserve or any specific reserves. It's just looking at our assets as a whole and our amortization costs as a whole. Does that make sense?
I totally understand how it works.
Yeah.
The only thing that I have a problem with is the whole idea of options. Should I either give you $5? Should I give you $20? Or should I give you $100? Because you don't know. Do you know where I'm getting with this, right? I hope is like, why should we just even have options? This is where we need to be. Why do we even have options in,
So I think that on, on the operating side, I think that we have to come up with that interim budget by December 31st. And I think the options are a good thing because it really is council deciding what we need for the budget. It's our decision, and it's up to admin to provide us the best viable options that we can decide from. And I think that Crossfield, unfortunately, is underfunded in reserves. And this has been happening for a long time. And it's up to us to start making that correction for future or even beyond our term.
Through the chair, but we can't do that all in 1 year. We've got to work up to it gradually. We can't jump into saying we're going to cover all of our amortization costs.
That's right. Not all.
We just can't do that. No, we can't afford to do that.
And that's why we're giving options.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Good.
but okay. Yeah, I agree. We're giving options, but your options are, hey, do we want to jump right to the top? Or are we getting, up to the top or covering the amortization, or are we just creeping up slowly? So I'm just curious, why are we even giving options?
So I would say, I would just like to highlight that the highest option that is presented still does not, when it's netted out from draws on a reserve, still does not equal the amortization of 2022. It falls short of that. So administration opted to provide options acknowledging that this is a balancing act between really looking forward to tightening the future financial sustainability of the organization and balancing that with the impacts of that to the community. And that side is partially what we look at in our assessment of this administration, but ultimately is council that makes that decision around what level of impact you're comfortable with, both on the financial sustainability side as well as the impact to the community. We wanted to provide council with options so that you have some different lenses to look through and say, we're comfortable with moving in this direction to this degree. Alternatively, we would have had to, if we were looking at, what we believe would be the ultimate answer, it would likely not be something that would be, it would create greater financial sustainability for the organization, but not something that would be favorable for the community. And as Councillor Lambert alluded to, I believe this would likely be a phased-in approach, even in our recommendations that come forward in 2024, that we probably won't be looking at the transition to what we believe to be the optimum model straight out of the gate, because we need to acknowledge this as to be absorbable by the community as well.
Don't have to outlaw road.
Through the chair.
Councillor Knight.
I think what we're talking about here is three options, and I don't really think anybody's looking for option three. But I guess I'd look for some transparency around, because this is sort of an addition to what we've sat around and talked about the budget, and it's 11 o'clock at night. I think we're talking about making decisions based on numbers that we've just looked at. But I'd prefer to be on the lower level, considering that we're looking to increase the budget as we haven't really had a whole lot of time to absorb it. I understand we have to make a motion to get this going forward. I'd look more to option one than option 2 or 3. So that's my 10 cents.
This is the other thing I will say, just because we have option 1, 2, and 3 on the table, doesn't mean those are the options we have to choose from. Administration has given us their best thought on what those 3 options should be. If there's a 1, 2, or 3 is what they've given us, but if there's something in between 1 and 2 or 3, 2 and 3 or something like that, council can do that as well. Just saying.
Yeah.
And our decision has to be made before December 31st. We have one more meeting in between now and then. If council wants to sit on it and think about it, we can also do that. Knowing that we would have to make a decision at the next meeting.
Through the chair. I'm going to make the motion that we, and I'm going to ask Amber for some help here, that council approves the 2024 provisional operating budget of numbers added by Amber, inclusive of the following changes: increase of property tax revenue of 624,000, increase to user fees and sales of goods revenue of 3,000, decrease to government transfers for operating of minus 25,000, increase to other revenue of 140,000, increase to contracted services of 67,000, increase to transfers to reserve of 1,652,000. That council approves the 2024 capital budget of 1,477,750, inclusive of the following changes: addition of the aerial man lift for 36,000, addition of turbidity monitor of 10,000. And the council approves in principle the 2025-26 forecasted operating budget and the 2025-2028 forecasted capital budget as presented in Schedule D. And that council approves the transfer to reserves totaling 575,000 as presented in Schedule C.
For clarification, what option was that?
2.
Oh, okay, that's what I thought. Thank you. And we'll just wait for Amber to do the numbers before we vote.
Yeah, make sure my numbers are.
And for discussion, right?
Yes.
So that would have an implication of $240 a year. Is that what we're talking about? From a tax point of view? On a house under 300,000 or $400,000?
Yeah, 385, I think it said.
Yep.
$240.
Off 385 house, yeah.
Just so council is aware, I've just been notified too that if we go past 11 o'clock, we'll have to, as per our procedural bylaw, we'll have to do a little vote.
Yeah,
Just a bit of discussion with this. I struggle with making a vote on something that I don't have the numbers. Like, I know we're writing them down and I get sort of what it was. So I'm a little bit thrown off. I'm tempted to not vote in favor of it, but just because I like motions that are clear numbered. All the rest, I know that I've seen it up here. It's just maybe that's for a forward note next time.
Amber's getting the number.
Yeah, Amber's, before we vote, Amber will have the numbers for us. No pressure, Amber.
I'm just trying to make it a little easier for you to see up there. Can you see that okay-ish?
Through the chair. So Amber, the only impact to tax-based people is 2 to 4. That'll be totally out of all the stuff we did in the budget, everything else. This isn't the 240 that we're saying on that number, right? You said it was a $240 a month or a year impact.
Option 2. Yeah.
Yeah. But that's the only tax that, like, we're not throwing this tax increase up in other things. It's just that'll be the total amount.
Property tax
It'll go up.
revenue. Yes, this would be the municipal portion. This does not have anything to do with provincial school or requisition amounts. Those amounts could increase and we do not have any control over that.
I have to keep you up.
And that's exactly, thank you very much, Ms. Nash. That is based on a 385,000, a property with an assessed value of 385,000. So depending on how your property is assessed, you'll experience a different impact.
Right, and that's the assessment value, not the value of your house that you would sell it for.
Assessment value, yes.
Hey, everybody see that? Questions for Amber? So just be clear, the total cost on 385 average home assessment is the 240 on option 2 for 385. Yeah.
No, it's 144 a year.
The annual impact is
144 on the option 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Any further discussion? Mike's thinking.
Oh, I know where I'm sitting. My fence has already been pitched.
Okay, all right. All right. We have a motion on the table. So it's 10:57, so let's throw the vote and see what happens. All right, all in favor? Okay, opposed? Motion defeated. All right, is there any motion that anybody wants to put out there? Either to accept one of the other options or to defer to the next meeting. Does anybody want to?
Through the chair,
Yeah.
I move that we table to the next meeting.
Okay, all in favor? Opposed? All right. Next meeting. Is there any information that you want from Amber for the next meeting? Aside from anything that you've seen tonight? I wonder, Amber, if knowing that option 2 isn't something, option 2, and I would say above isn't something that council has a desire for, maybe create, a couple more options, but fill out the numbers so that we can have a look at those 2 and what those look like. Is that fair?
Okay. If there's a 1.5. Option 1.
Kinza?
I would just like to say if there are specific options that council would like to see, that it would be valuable to have those shared with administration in advance as well. So acknowledging that 250,000 may be the top end. What are the other options that administration or the council would like to see, and administration can make sure that those options are reflected in the motions that are proposed at the next meeting?
Sure. I'd like to see one in between option 1 and 2. For me, it's a balance between, I have 1 minute to go. For me, it's a balance between making sure the town has enough time or enough money to grow and put us in a sustainable place, and what we can put onto the taxpayers. And that's 11 o'clock.
I can look up that one.
Yeah, do you guys want to extend another half an hour, or do you guys want to call it a day?
Through the chair?
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
think the update should be fast. I don't know how long the director updates are. But
Okay. Get a motion to extend for half an hour.
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting for half an hour.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Talk really fast.
Okay. Sounds good. So we're clear then, Amber and Kinzer, we're good with that. All right. We'll go from there. Mayor and council business. I attended Twinkle Fest, my regular meetings with the CAO, and the Christmas hampers, the big Christmas hampers last night. That was a ton of fun. Deputy Mayor.
I attended Twinkle Fest and that's it.
Councilor Brennan.
I also attended Twinkle Fest and had the pleasure of packing hampers last night, which was great.
Great. Councilor Fox.
I helped with the hampers last night as well.
Councilor Gustafson.
Rockville Foundation meeting on the 28th. It was enjoyable. We spoke about our 2024 our budget and our lodge reports, and as well, I packed some hampers last night. It was excellent. The cider and the cookies were fantastic.
Councilor Knight.
NFTR.
Okay. Councilor Lambert.
I've been isolating due to COVID.
Thank you. Okay. Administrative updates. Oh, sorry, motion. Can I get a motion?
Through the chair, I move that mayor and council business be accepted as presented.
All in favor?
Aye.
Department director updates. Russ, you're up first.
Thank you, Mayor Harris. I will also go through this pretty quick. You guys have the report in front of you. I will just say there are several grants that we're working on right now. The economic development one, Canada Summer Jobs, Tree Grant, Tree Canada grant, as well as a food security grant to help support food hampers for 2024. E-scooters, we did look into this. We contacted the two companies that operate in the city of Airdrie and discovered that neither of those companies right now are looking to come to smaller centers or into centers that they haven't already planned for. We did get some additional information from the city of Airdrie, and we will keep this initiative in our targets for future here. So
Just on that note, maybe keep that initiative in your back pocket that we could also partner with Airdrie. And that would help our numbers here. So we could make an MOU or something with them to be able to have enough numbers between the two of us for Crossfield to be serviced as well.
Certainly.
Okay.
Thank you. And that's pretty well the highlights for that one.
Thanks for us. Questions for us? All right. Director of Operations, Meryl.
Thank you, Mayor Harris. I'm going to keep this really short. We've been working on a development agreement policy. The policy will establish procedure for when development security is required, acceptable forms of security, and when security may be reduced, released, or drawn upon pursuant to Section 655 of the Municipal Government Act. The draft policy will be circulated to community developers for feedback prior to finalizing. Anticipate policy coming before council in 2024 Q2. Recently, I had a meeting with a developer. We've started discussions with an interested party regarding a fast food chain development at 1002 Lot Avenue. It's anticipated that a development permit application will be submitted in the near future. Under the operations department, I'm currently working with Dream Developments to move Phil from Vista Crossing to the new cemetery location for leveling of site purposes. Should the work not be completed while weather permitting, it will be completed in the fall or in the summer. Residential waste pickup services. Mid-November, the town was made aware of E360 acquiring CNS disposal services. While there are no changes to the town's Wednesday garbage pickup schedule, you will see new branding on trucks being E360. A notice of change was placed within the December newsletter and on social media, and our messaging includes that any concerns with missed pickups or cart damage, please continue to connect directly with administration. Staff are committed to ensuring service deliveries continues to be met. And under the water wastewater department, the annual effluent release was completed on November 27th. And effluent quality following testing was of excellent quality, where it fell well below the maximum acceptable limits as per the code of practice. Limits prescribed.
Thank you. Is that when we always do our release?
Yes, we typically do it in October, November, but we've been working with Alberta Environment to delay the release because the creek bed was dry.
That's right.
But then we did get some moisture and we started release.
Excellent. Do we know what the impacts are downstream of our release?
I know that there is testing that is completed. I don't know what the results are. I don't believe if there was any creek bed impacts, but I can check with Joe and report back.
Yeah, just some information on how it may impact Airdrie is what I'm looking for.
We can do that.
Okay. And on the downtown illumination, what's the date I'd like a date that they're coming back to present their options.
The idea was that they would be coming back to the December 19th meeting. I will be connecting with them tomorrow and I will confirm that. If not, the December 19th meeting, we will make sure that they come back in January. But I believe they're committed to coming back on the 19th.
That would be great. And I'm just hoping, Meryl, that they're coming back with viable options for us. I want them to take some ownership.
Agreed.
Yeah. Sorry, any other questions for Meryl? Okay. Director of Corporate Services, Lindsay.
Mine is easy. With our last utility bill, we've included our e-bill agreements with every paper bill that was mailed out on November 25th in hopes of encouraging residents to move to the e-bill process. And we've had probably about 10 to 12 be returned or whatever, which is a good sign. We've also had a lot of people move over for our bulk water prepayment option, and starting January 1st, all new accounts will be on the prepay system. On November 2nd, we had a tax sale for 2 properties located on Railway Street. There was one attendee, but no bids. Therefore, the sale did not take place, and a report outlining next steps will be presented to council in the coming weeks. And that's mine.
Thanks, Lindsay. Any questions for Lindsay? Okay, sorry, Meryl, I have one more for you. The feasibility study that is coming back
on December 19th.
On December 19th, we talked about in your quick report to us a couple of different options like Sundre and tying into Calgary and or Red Deer. But I hope we're looking at our own solution too.
Absolutely. I believe they will be outlining that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's perfect. That's all I had. Can I get a motion?
Sure.
Go ahead.
I motion that the department director updates be accepted as presented.
All in favor? Excellent. Correspondence. So we have a correspondence from Alberta Transportation and Economic Quarters Speed Zone Amendment to Highway 2A. And the letter, which is at the very back of your package, the last page. We had received a letter from, or an email from a resident asking if we could talk to transportation to see if we can get more consistency on the 2A here from Crossfield to the QE2 on the speed limit. Councillor Brennan and I had an opportunity to talk to transportation minister's staff at Alberta Munis. Then prior to that, I talked to Minister Dreeshen in an online meeting that we had about this issue. They've given us their letter. They're willing to change the speed limit and make it consistent throughout with permission from Crossfield and Rocky View County jointly for a continuous 80-kilometer zone. Although the 60 zone will stay as we approach the overpass because that's legislated. So 80 from Crossfield, eliminating the 100 and the 70 around the corner. So it'll be 80 all the way to the road. And if that's what this council would like. Personally, I think that at the intersection, we've had a lot of accidents there, and slowing down to that approach, I think might mitigate some of those accidents and the confusion over the different speed limits along the way. Questions or comments from council?
Through the chair, just to confirm, you're talking 80 from basically limit all the way to the highway. There's nothing south past, sorry, north.
No, I don't think there's anything there.
There's no change as you come into town that would change to 80 instead of 70. From the 70 change from 100 from the north interchange into town.
It'd be from TransCanada G all the way up to where the corner of 60 is.
Yeah.
So right when you get to TransCanada, it says 100. That'd be 80 all the way around to the corner where it says 60.
To the Q, yeah.
So it would be just not 70. We wouldn't change the 70 zone. We just change the 100 zone to
That's
80.
right. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
that's it.
I don't care.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, can I get a motion? Oh, yeah, we should get a motion. It doesn't say what it is, but to correspond or send the Minister Dreeshen a letter agreeing to the continuous 80-kilometer zone. Does that make sense, Lindsay?
Yes, would you like to read out the motion I prepared? That isn't on that sheet because I did it later. Wasn't sure if council was going to support it or not.
Oh, I don't see it.
So that's, yeah, I just drafted it. So I said that administration draft a letter to the Alberta Transportation Economic Corridors, acknowledging receipt of their letter, and advising that council supports a speed limit amendment to a continuous 80-kilometer-per-hour zone, combining of the existing 70, 100, and 80-kilometer speed zones between Crossfield and the interchange of Highway 2A 72.
Yes.
Through the chair, I motion that.
Thank you. All in favor?
All right.
Excellent. Thank you. Great. Outstanding items list is a package, looks like this. Any items that you see missing? Any discussion? Kinza, go ahead.
So I just want to highlight that this is a addition to the council agenda that council will see going forward. The intent is really to capture direction of council to administration.
And the, sorry, I forgot my mic. Just noting that this is an item that will form part of future council agendas. The intent is to capture directions to administration from council that are typically made through motion, and to really look at, be able to track who that's assigned to, what the anticipated timelines are for that coming back to council, along with the status of that. So it's an item that we'll probably review at each council meeting. I'll likely make recommendations or requests to have items removed that we administration has deemed as complete, and then council can ask any questions that they have of administration relating to any item on the outstanding items list. And of course, we'll approve the removal of any items as requested by administration. At today's meeting, there are 4 items that administration has deemed as complete. One being item 012, which is the municipally treated effluent water access agreement. Administration has identified that one as being complete. Item number 011 being the ATCO Gas and Pipeline Limited Natural Gas Franchise Fee, again, has been noted as complete. Item 009 being the Legion's Memorial Banner Program, again, noted as complete. And finally, 005 being the Vista Crossing Phase 4 Development Agreement Amendment is an item that is also noted as complete. Some of those are reflective of work that's happened over the course of 2023. So, today that we're stating them as complete doesn't mean they just happened yesterday. Some of those items were completed over the course of 2023, but we felt it prudent to reflect all of them as part of this listing, as some of them are still outstanding.
Excellent. Thank you, Kinza. Questions? No questions? Just one comment, and you referred to it, but I think it's the desire of staff. If we have something, we're giving direction that we make it a motion so that they can track it better. Anyway, can I get a motion?
Through the chair.
Go ahead.
I'll move that that council accept administration's request to remove items 5, 9, 11, and 12 from the action list, outstanding items list.
Are those the right numbers?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you. All in favor? Motion carried. Okay, upcoming events. Wednesday, December 6th, free seniors indoor walking group at the Crossfield Community Center, 10:30 to 11:30. No registration required. Wednesday, December 13th, free bus seniors swim trip to Disbury Aquatic Center. Thursday, December 14th, free seniors chair yoga at the Golden Key Club. Thursday, January 4th to Thursday, February 8th, free 6-week seniors chair yoga sessions at the Golden Key Club, and Sunday, December 31st, New Year's Eve celebrations, Amory Park, 6 to 8. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Counselor Bang makes the motion to adjourn.